Allô, allô. Ça va maintenant? S'il vous plaît, nous voulons demander à tous les participants de bien vouloir prendre place tout en vous présentant nos excuses pour ces 20 minutes que nous avons perdues. C'est en raison principalement de quelques problèmes techniques, comme vous l'avez sans doute remarqué. Le micro avait un retour avec une sonorité qui n'était pas adéquate pour commencer. Bonjour à tous. C'est avec plaisir que la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples vous reçoit encore ce matin pour continuer cette deuxième journée du jeudi 4 mai 2023 de la 75e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. J'ose simplement espérer que l'interprétation fonctionne déjà et que tous les participants sont capables de nous suivre dans les langues officielles de l'Union africaine. Je commence par souhaiter la bienvenue à Madame la vice-présidente de la Commission ainsi qu'à mes collègues commissaires. La bienvenue également aux membres du secrétariat, à tous les participants, les délégués des États, les représentants des INDH, des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, des organisations internationales, des organisations non gouvernementales, ainsi que les différents participants qui sont ici présents à différents titres, à différentes qualités. Je n'oublie pas non plus de souhaiter la bienvenue à tous les amis interprètes qui nous aident à travailler dans des conditions idoines. Nous n'allons pas, bien évidemment, revenir sur l'agenda d'aujourd'hui qui avait été adopté hier. Vous en avez une illustration au niveau de l'écran. Nous allons vous présenter tout à l'heure les relations avec la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, avec les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, ainsi qu'avec les ONG, exercice traditionnel qui souvent est suivi de l'examen des demandes du statut d'observateur auprès de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Je voudrais également vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, nous allons faire les rapports d'activité des membres de la Commission, ce qui est une obligation de la charte. Nous devons présenter un rapport d'activité au cours de la session ordinaire. On verra dans les limites de nos capacités combien de commissaires pourraient passer à la date d'aujourd'hui. Et puis à la fin de la journée, c'est-à-dire l'après-midi, à partir de 13 heures après la pause déjeuner, nous continuerons avec la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent. C'est l'occasion pour moi d'ailleurs de vous dire que hier, nous avions promis de commencer la journée par le right to reply, le droit de réponse. Le Zimbabwe avait manifesté cette intention-là et nous avions demandé aux États qui souhaitaient, à partir des déclarations d'hier, faire leurs observations, de bien vouloir s'enregistrer. Pour ce premier point à l'agenda, permettez que je puisse demander à Madame la vice-présidente de nous conduire sur le point 4 de l'ordre du jour d'aujourd'hui. Nous avons pour cela, Madame la vice-présidente, 1 heure que vous allez gérer et essayer de nous conduire jusqu'à bon port pour le point 4 à l'ordre du jour. Je vais ainsi vous remettre la parole pour qu'on puisse prendre ce point. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. À mon tour, je présente mes salutations à l'ensemble des participants ici présents. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous allons aborder le point 4, examen des demandes de statut d'observateur et également d'affiliés. Nous allons commencer tout d'abord par les relations de coopération entre la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. À ce titre,
I have the distinct honor of presenting this paper on the relationship and cooperation with national human rights institutions. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights recognizes the particular role that national human rights institutions, NHRIs, play in the promotion and protection of human rights in Africa. As mandated by Article 45(1) of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Commission has formalized its relationship with national human rights institutions through the grant of affiliate status. In this regard, Resolution 370 on the granting of affiliate status to national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa provides that the benefits of the grant of affiliate status include being invited to sessions of the Commission and participating without voting rights in deliberations on issues which are of interest to them. Distinguished delegates, Resolution 370 also provides that NHRIs and specialized human rights institutions with affiliate status have the following responsibilities: assisting the Commission in the promotion and protection of human rights at national level, and presenting their activity reports to the Commission every 2 years. Yeah. I think we are. Can I be heard? Not yet.
Not yet.
I think we're okay now.
Yes.
Distinguished delegates, allow me now to talk about the submission of activity reports to the Commission by national human rights institutions. As at the 73rd ordinary session, which was held in November 2022, 36 national human rights institutions have been granted affiliate status with the Commission. 34 NHRIs, as well as 2 specialized institutions. During the intercession period, prior to the commencement of the 73rd ordinary session, the Commission received 2 activity reports from 1, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, which is number 18, and the National Commission for Human Rights and Citizenship of Cape Verde, which has a number of 31. The following which I'm going to talk about now, is the status of activity reports by NHRIs and specialized institutions to the Commission. The following NHRIs do not owe the Commission any reports. That is for the period 2021 to 2023. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, the National Commission for Human Rights and Citizenship of Cape Verde, the National Commission for Human Rights of Rwanda, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Malawi Human Rights Commission, and National Commission for Human Rights of Algeria, and lastly, but not the least, the National Commission for Human Rights of the Sudan. That makes 7 NHRIs that don't owe the Commission any reports. Distinguished delegates, you may wish to know that the following NHRIs the Independent National Human Rights Commission of Madagascar, which makes it 6. Distinguished delegates, I now wish to point out the number and the names of the national human rights institutions owing the Commission 1 or more reports. There are 23, and they are as follows. South Sudan Human Rights Commission, Sahrawi National Commission for Human Rights, National Human Rights Commission of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, National Human Rights Commission of Mali, National Human Rights Commission of Niger, South African Human Rights Commission, Human Rights Commission, Mauritius National Human Rights Commission, Independent National Commission on Human Rights of Burundi, Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equity, South Africa, National Council for Human Rights of Ivory Coast, lastly, but not the least, Ghana Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Distinguished delegates, as I conclude, I wish to state that the Commission would like to encourage NHRIs with affiliate status, as well as institutions, specialized institutions, with overdue activity reports to submit them to the Commission in accordance with the requirements of Resolution 370. Madam Vice Chair and distinguished delegates, this is the report which I was tasked to present on the relationship and cooperation with national human rights institutions. I thank you for lending me your ear.
Merci, commissaire Mandega, pour la lecture de ce rapport récapitulatif des relations et de la coopération entretenues par la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et des INDH. Alors, je voudrais tout simplement dire que pour la période entre la 73e session ordinaire et la 75e session, la Commission africaine n'a reçu aucune nouvelle demande de statut d'affilié par des INDH. Merci. Nous allons donc passer au deuxième sous-point qui concerne les relations et coopérations entre la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et les organisations non gouvernementales. À ce titre, j'invite la commissaire Lita à nous faire rapport de cet état de situation entre la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et les organisations non gouvernementales. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, Heads of Delegations, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Member States, AU organs, civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I have been asked to make the presentation on the relationship and cooperation between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and non-governmental organizations. I stand on existing protocol. Article 45(1)(c) of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights mandates the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to cooperate with other African and international institutions concerned with the promotion and protection of human rights, human and people's rights. Resolution 361 on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to non-governmental organizations working on human and people's rights in Africa recognizes the important role of NGOs in supporting the Commission to fulfill its mandate of promoting and protecting human and people's rights in Africa. Furthermore, the resolution states that NGOs with observer status, and I quote, shall undertake to establish close relations of cooperation with the Commission and to engage in regular consultations with it on matters of common interest, end of quote, and present the activity reports to the Commission every 2 years. Status of granting observer status to non-governmental organizations. As at the 73rd ordinary session held in April-May 2022, the Commission had granted observer status to of activity reports to the Commission. As at the 73rd ordinary session held in October-November 2022, 544 NGOs had been granted observer status with the Commission. During the intersessional period prior to commencement of the 75th ordinary session, the following 6 NGOs submitted the activity reports to the Secretariat of the Commission. 1, Female Lawyers Association, number 404. 2, the Association of Defense of Women and Children Rights, number 408. Number 3, Prison Fellowship Nigeria, number 461. 4, National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, number 500. 5, World Coalition Against the Death Penalty, number 507, and Ensemble contre la peine de mort, number 508. To date, among the 544 NGOs with observer status, 391 NGOs have submitted one or more reports on their activities. The Commission would like to commend these NGOs for fulfilling the requirement of submitting activity reports and takes this opportunity to call on all NGOs which enjoy the benefits of observer status to consistently submit activity reports to the Commission every 2 years in line with the provision of Resolution 361. Report humbly submitted. I thank you.
Merci, commissaire Lita, pour la lecture de ce rapport relatif à la coopération entretenue entre la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et les organisations non gouvernementales. Alors, toujours dans le même segment relatif aux organisations non gouvernementales, nous allons aborder l'examen, la liste des candidatures des différentes organisations non gouvernementales qui, à l'heure d'aujourd'hui, demandent le statut d'observateur. Alors, pour ce faire, nous avons reçu 8 demandes de statut d'observateur. Les statuts d'observateur vont être répartis entre les différents commissaires et en charge les pays d'origine de ces organisations non gouvernementales. Il s'agit également des pays que couvrent les différents commissaires. Alors, pour commencer, je vais passer la parole au commissaire président, M. Rémi Lombo, qui va nous guider en ce qui concerne l'octroi du statut d'observateur. Je crois que vous avez 2 demandes de statut d'observateur. Ou 3, voilà, plus celle du commissaire Idrissa Sow qui est absent. Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame la vice-présidente. J'espère que tous les commissaires ont les dossiers. Le premier dossier que je vais présenter concerne Avocats sans frontières Québec. Selon le rapport que nous avons dressé avec le secrétariat, cette ONG est basée au Mali, à Bamako, bien évidemment, enregistrée en date du 27 juin 2022 au Mali. Elle a soumis sa demande depuis avril 2021. Avocats sans frontières Canada est une organisation non gouvernementale de coopération internationale enregistrée au Mali. Ses objectifs, c'est de regrouper en tant que personne morale les avocats et juristes qui sont intéressés au respect, à la défense et au développement des droits de la personne. Et elle vise également à renforcer l'état de droit, la lutte contre l'impunité, favoriser la tenue de procès équitables au sein des juridictions maliennes et, dernier objectif, accompagner les professionnels qui ont en charge la défense des accusés et des victimes. Sa mission consiste à soutenir les efforts de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme, également l'amélioration de l'accès à la justice pour les personnes en situation de vulnérabilité et le renforcement des institutions judiciaires, ainsi que le renforcement de l'état de droit. Dans le dossier, ils ont produit les documents ci-après, une lettre de demande du statut d'observateur, une liste des membres de son conseil d'administration, un certificat d'enregistrement, une déclaration relative à l'utilisation de la dénomination Avocats sans frontières Canada, les statuts et le mémorandum bien signé. Il a indiqué également ses sources de financement, l'état financier certifié par des auditeurs indépendants en fin mars 2022, son rapport annuel 2022 ainsi que son plan stratégique quinquennal couvrant la période 2020 à 2025. Après analyse, nous avons pu estimer ensemble avec les juristes du secrétariat que cette demande provient d'une organisation dont les principaux objectifs et activités sont en conformité avec le mandat de la Commission africaine tel qu'il résulte de l'article 45 de la Charte. Tous les documents pertinents qui sont requis par la résolution de la Commission sur les critères d'octroi et de jouissance du statut d'observateur aux ONG se trouvent réunis. C'est une structure, bien évidemment, comme je l'ai dit en introduction, enregistrée, qui a un siège dans un État partie à la Charte africaine. Ainsi, nous proposons aux honorables commissaires que l'octroi du statut d'observateur soit accordé à Avocats sans frontières Québec-Canada. J'ai transmis. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, M. Lumbo, de nous avoir guidés sur la demande de statut d'observateur de l'ONG Avocats sans frontières Québec-Canada. Sans plus tarder, et comme le veut l'usage, je vais demander aux différents commissaires s'ils ont des observations à faire ou encore demander des spécifications ou des informations sur justement cette ONG Avocats sans frontières Québec ou Canada. Est-ce que des commissaires voudraient prendre la parole? Non? Je ne vois pas de prise de parole, de demande. Donc, je crois qu'on peut décider aujourd'hui d'accorder le statut d'observateur Avocats sans frontières Québec-Canada. Le statut est accordé. Monsieur Lumbo, vous avez une deuxième ONG.
La seconde structure, Madame la vice-présidente, c'est le réseau des femmes leaders pour le développement, le RFLD, dont le siège se trouve dans l'arrondissement quartier d'Onukine, carré 305, au niveau de la maison Sani Latifou, à Porto Novo, au Bénin. Cette ONG a été enregistrée au Bénin depuis le 22 février 2020 et nous a soumis cette demande depuis le mois de mars 2023. Le réseau des femmes leaders pour le développement est une organisation régionale qui travaille en Afrique de l'Ouest. Elle compte plus de 40 organisations dirigées par les femmes. Ses objectifs spécifiques sont la promotion de l'égalité du genre, l'engagement plutôt civique de ces femmes, la sensibilisation de la population sur l'importance de la paix à travers des formations. Elle vise également à encourager les initiatives qui font la promotion de l'éducation de qualité en faveur des femmes. Elle a pour vision de construire une coopération efficace en partenariat pour le développement grâce à une implication d'acteurs étatiques et non étatiques pour la promotion et la protection des droits des jeunes et des femmes. Et elle vise également à assurer la participation de ces derniers, c'est-à-dire les femmes et les jeunes, aux sphères de prise de décision. Sa mission, c'est de renforcer les capacités des populations à travers le programme de sensibilisation, de formation et éducation et un plaidoyer efficace à l'aide des technologies de communication, en liaison bien évidemment avec les droits de l'homme. La liste des documents produits par cette organisation, c'est une lettre de demande, une liste des membres de l'ONG, un récépissé de déclaration qui date du 22 février 2020, ces statuts signés par tous les membres du conseil d'administration, ces sources de financement, un état financier qui a été certifié par des auditeurs indépendants qui date de décembre 2022, son rapport d'activité annuel qui date pour l'exercice 2022 évidemment, un plan stratégique quinquennal couvrant la période 2023-2028 et la liste des 40 ONG qui sont regroupées à travers cette structure qui s'appelle RFLD. L'analyse faite de ce dossier est que cette structure cette demande émane d'une organisation dont les objectifs principaux et les activités leader pour le
statut d'observateur. Alors, sans plus tarder, encore une fois, je vais demander aux commissaires ici présents s'ils veulent demander également des explications ou quelques questions également, de manière à avoir des éclaircissements sur l'accord 3 de ce statut d'observateur. Alors, je ne vois pas ni à ma droite ni à ma gauche de réaction de la part des commissaires. Nous pouvons donc aujourd'hui dire que le statut d'observateur est accordé au réseau des femmes leaders pour le développement, ONG basé au Bénin. Merci. Monsieur Lumbo, commissaire, vous poursuivez.
La troisième structure qui a demandé le statut d'observateur, c'est la Coalition ivoirienne des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, le CIDDH, qui est situé à Cocody, aux deux plateaux, secteur de la mosquée d'Aguien, à Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Cette structure est enregistrée depuis le 18 novembre 2022 en République de Côte d'Ivoire et elle a soumis sa demande à la Commission depuis le 7 février 2023. La Coalition ivoirienne des défenseurs des droits de l'homme est un regroupement d'organisations apolitiques non confessionnelles enregistrées en Côte d'Ivoire avec pour objectif, de développer des stratégies pour la protection et la promotion des droits de toute personne physique ou morale en vue d'une amélioration de la surveillance et de l'information sur les violations des droits de l'homme, un monitoring donc des droits de l'homme en République de Côte d'Ivoire. Cette structure œuvre également à la sécurité des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Sa mission, c'est de répondre à la problématique de sécurisation des défenseurs des droits de l'homme dans ce pays. Le dossier contient une lettre de demande, une liste de membres de cette ONG, un récépissé de déclaration, le statut signé et notarié, ses sources de financement et un état financier certifié par un audit indépendant pour la période 2020-2021, un rapport annuel 2019 qui couvre la période 2019 à 2022, un plan stratégique bisannuel couvrant la période 2023-2025. Après analyse des principaux objectifs de cette structure, donc la coalition ivoirienne, ainsi que de ses activités, nous avons pu constater que les deux éléments sont en conformité avec la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Tous les éléments pertinents requis par
Commissaire, à ma droite et à ma gauche, s'il y a des interventions, des demandes d'explication. Non, je n'en vois pas. Donc, je considère que la Commission, à ce stade, accorde le statut d'observateur à la coalition ivoirienne des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Merci. Alors, nous allons passer, merci Monsieur le commissaire Lumbo pour la présentation de ces demandes de statut d'observateur. Je vais, sans plus tarder, passer la parole au commissaire Mutfort Mwandenga, qui va également nous guider sur des demandes de statut d'observateur d'organisations non gouvernementales. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and distinguished delegates. I've been assigned to present 3 applications for observer status. I'll begin with the one from Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA Uganda. It's registered office is at Plot 4, Robert Mugabe Road off Chwa 11 Mbuya. It's they've given us their box number. It's in Kampala, Uganda. It was registered on the 21st May 1999, and its place of registration is the Republic of Uganda, and the date of application is the 15th December 2022. Now, FIDA is a non-governmental organization, which, as I've indicated, is registered in Uganda, and it provides legal aid services across the country. The main objective of the NGO is to promote justice frameworks that are gender responsive, to enhance social justice, economic empowerment, and inclusion for women. Also to promote promotion of women's and children's rights. Distinguished delegates, we have been provided with the requisite documents. For instance, independent audited financial statements as at 31st December 2021. We also have the annual report for 2021 rather, and lastly but not the least, the strategic plan for 2023 to 2027. Analysis after looking at all the documentation that have been presented to us, this is the analysis that we have come up with, that this application is from an organization whose main objectives and activities are in consonance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and that the application contains all the relevant documents as required under the Commission's resolution on the criteria for granting and enjoying observer status to NGOs working in the field of human and people's rights. And lastly, the NGO is registered and has an office in a state party to the African Charter. And in view of that, our decision, we recommend that observer status be granted to Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Uganda. Vice Chair, this is the application from FIDA, which we recommend for consideration. Thank you.
Merci, commissaire Mutfwang-Mdenga, pour la présentation de cette demande de statut d'observateur à Uganda Association of Women Lawyers. Alors, sans plus tarder, je me tourne encore une fois vers mes collègues commissaires pour recueillir éventuellement leurs observations ou quelques questions autour de la demande d'octroi du statut d'observateur à cette organisation non gouvernementale. Je ne vois pas de réaction. Donc, nous pouvons considérer que cette demande d'octroi du statut est accordée par la Commission africaine à Uganda Association of Women Lawyers. Sans plus tarder, Monsieur le commissaire Mutfort, vous allez poursuivre également pour d'autres organisations non gouvernementales.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and distinguished delegates. I have the honor and privilege to present yet another application by network of Ethiopian Women's Associations, NEWA, whose registered office is in front of Gibson Academy in Kebele 24. And they've given us their postal address. It's based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And the date of registration of this NGO is 2nd August 2019. Its place of registration is the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. And the date of application is the 24th October 2022. Now, this NGO, NEWA, is registered in Ethiopia, as I indicated earlier, and established by local women's associations and organizations, promoting and protecting the economic, social, political, and legal rights of women and girls in Ethiopia. The vision statement is aspire for an Ethiopian society in which gender equality is realized. The mission statement is promote gender equality and enhance the economic, social, political, and legal empowerment of women and girls in Ethiopia by strengthening synergy among its constituents, enabling joint effort of all actors, and ensuring accountability towards the protection of women's rights. The NGO provided us with the requisite documents, namely a letter of application, which, as I indicated, is dated 21st October 2022. We also have a list of the board members and other members of the NGO, and a certificate of re-registration, which is dated the 2nd August 2019. We also have the signed statutes and memorandum of establishment dated 29th January 2003. We've also been given the NGO's sources of funding. And we also have an independent audited financial statement as at 31st December 2021. We also have the annual report for 2021, as well as the strategic plan for 2020 to 2024. After analyzing all the documents which have been presented to us by this NGO, we have come to the conclusion that the application is from an organization whose main objectives and activities are in consonance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Then the application contains all the relevant documents as required under the African Commission's resolution on the criteria for granting and enjoying observer status to NGOs working in the field of human and people's rights. And lastly, but not the least, this NGO is registered and has an office in a state party to the African Charter. Consequently, we recommend that observer status be granted to the network of Ethiopian Women's Associations, abbreviated as NEWA. Vice Chair, that is our recommendation.
Merci, commissaire Mutfort Mandenga, pour la présentation de cette demande d'octroi du statut d'observateur à l'association Réseau des associations de femmes éthiopiennes. Alors, je vais encore une fois poser la même question récurrente. Est-ce qu'il y a des observations, des questions de la part des commissaires? Non. Je n'en vois pas. Donc, à ce titre, la Commission accorde le statut d'observateur au réseau des associations de femmes éthiopiennes. Je repasse la parole au commissaire Mutfort Mandenga pour également la suite des demandes d'octroi d'observateurs qui rentrent dans le cadre de votre mandat.
Thank you, Vice Chair and distinguished delegates. I have the distinct honor again of presenting an application for observer status by an NGO named Youth and Society, YAS. They have given us their registered office, which is off M1 along Mzuzu Nchoma Depot area. And they have given us their postal address, which is in Mzuzu, Malawi. The date of registration is 5th November 2013, and the place of registration is the Republic of Malawi, and date of application is the 3rd October 2022. Now, the Youth and the Society NGO exists to promote and defend human rights and democratic governance in Malawi in the principal interest of young people and marginalized groups, monitor accountability and anti-corruption, democratic governance, human rights, and the inclusion of citizens' voices in governance issues in Malawi. The vision statement for the NGO is economic freedom for all. And the mission statement is to mobilize, organize, and build a revolutionary youth movement that proactively participates in wealth creation, economic justice, and democratic governance in Malawi. The NGO has provided us with the requisite documents, namely a letter of application, as I said, dated 3rd October 2022, a list of board members, the certificate of registration dated 5th November 2013, and signed statutes and memorandum of cooperation dated 10th June 2012. They've also given us their sources of funding, and we also have their independent audited financial statement as at 31st December 2021. And we also have their 2021 annual reports. And lastly, but not the least, we have their strategic plan for 2020 to 2025. Distinguished delegates, after analyzing all the documentation that has been provided to us, we are of the view that this application is from an organization whose main objectives and activities are in consonance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and that the application contains all the relevant documents as required under the Commission's resolution on the criteria for granting and enjoying observer status to NGOs working in the field of human rights and people's rights. And lastly, the NGO is registered and has an office in a state party of the African Charter. And in view of the above, it is our recommendation that this NGO, YAS, be granted observer status. Vice Chair, that is our recommendation.
Merci, commissaire Mutfort Mandenga, pour la présentation de cette demande d'examen du statut d'observateur. Je me tourne encore une fois vers les honorables commissaires, s'il y a des réactions, des observations, quelques questions. Non, je n'en vois pas. Donc, j'en conclus que la Commission africaine octroie le statut d'observateur à l'association Jeunesse et Société qui est implantée au Malawi. Merci, commissaire Mutfort. Alors, il nous reste 2 demandes de statut d'observateur. Je vais me tourner vers la commissaire Lita Ogana, qui va prendre en charge une demande de statut d'observateur qui, à l'origine, devait faire intervenir la commissaire Ovena Topsisono, qui malheureusement n'est pas avec nous. Alors, commissaire Lita, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. On behalf of Honorable Commissioner Ovena Gerisha Topsisono, who is the country rapporteur for United Republic of Tanzania, I have the pleasure to present an application from Tanzania Network of Legal Aid Providers. The registration address, physical address of this NGO is Sky City Mall, Mlalakua Street, plot number 400, Block A, along Survey Road, Kinondoni, Dar es Salaam. The PO box for this institution is 33856, and the telephone number, email, and websites are available. Date of registration of this organization is 7th August 2009. Place of registration is Republic of Tanzania, and the date this application was submitted is 28th June 2019. About the NGO, the Tanzania Network of Legal Aid Providers, TANLAP, is an umbrella national network working in the legal sector. The NGO aim is to work and link up with other civil society organizations, provide quality legal aid, and advocate for access to justice among the poor and marginalized sections of the society in Tanzania. Vision statement. The TANLAP envisions a society with access to justice, whereby people are able or enabled to seek and obtain a remedy through formal or informal institutions of fair and proper administration of laws for grievances in compliance with human rights standards. Mission. Mission. To build the capacity of legal aid providers in Tanzania, provide proper and improve the coordination and harmonization of legal aid providers, and strengthen its organizational development and sustainability. List of documents provided. The institution provided 1, a letter of application, 2, list of board members and a list of affiliated NGOs to the network, 3, their certificate of registration, 4, signed statutes and memorandum of cooperation, 5, sources of funding, 6, independent audited financial statements as at 31st December 2021, 7, 2021 annual report, and 8, strategic plan 2021 to 2025. Analysis by the Secretariat. This application is from an organization whose main objective and activities are in consonance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The application contains all the relevant documents as required under Commission's resolutions and on the criteria for granting and enjoying observer status to NGOs working in the field of human and people's rights. The NGO is registered as an affiliate and as an office in state party to the African Charter. After considering the application and analyzing all the documents submitted to the Secretariat by the NGO, the Commission has decided to grant the Tanzania Network of Legal Aid Providers, TANLAP, observer status. So I submit. I thank you.
Merci, commissaire Lita Ogana, pour la présentation de cette demande de statut d'observateur. Je ne sais pas si certains commissaires voudraient également intervenir pour demander quelques explications, des informations supplémentaires. Je n'en vois pas. Donc, la commission décide, après examen de ce dossier, d'octroyer le statut d'observateur à l'Association ougandaise des femmes avocates. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous avons une dernière demande de statut d'observateur qui sera présentée par la commissaire Teresa Manuela. Vous avez la parole.
Obrigada, senhora vice-presidente. Muito bom dia a todas e todos. Vamos dar um espaço para poder mudar a interpretação. A Comissão Africana recebeu da CODEDIC um requerimento a solicitar estatuto de observador. A CODEDIC GB é uma coligação de organizações que defendem os direitos da criança na Guiné-Bissau. Tem como data de registro 27 de julho de 2011. Está sediada na República da Guiné-Bissau, com escritórios em Bissau. E esta candidatura foi submetida em outubro de 2019. A Coligação de Organizações para a Defesa dos Direitos da Criança na Guiné-Bissau é uma organização da sociedade civil que está integrada por 4 organizações, que são exatamente a Associação dos Amigos das Crianças, a Associação Guineense para a Reabilitação e Integração dos Cegos, Fundação das Aldeias de Crianças, SOS da Guiné-Bissau, e Associação Casa Emanuel. Tem por objetivos assegurar a eficácia das ações das diferentes organizações e associações que trabalham na defesa dos direitos da criança. Por isso mesmo, pretende garantir um espaço de concertação entre essas organizações membros, promover a troca de experiências entre os diferentes atores, pretende também reforçar as capacidades dos diferentes membros através da sua formação e prestação de apoio técnico e financeiro, pretende defender os direitos da criança através da constituição de uma parte civil perante as autoridades públicas, portanto, pretende ser um interlocutor válido perante as autoridades públicas, pretende participar na elaboração de relatórios alternativos e garantir uma melhor utilização dos recursos em benefício dos setores sociais de base, participar em ações de advocacia para a harmonização do quadro legislativo, a fim de alcançar um melhor compromisso das políticas públicas a favor das crianças e também promover a participação efetiva da criança na Guiné-Bissau. Para o efeito da sua candidatura, apresentaram uma lista de documentos. Portanto, temos o pedido de candidatura, com a respectiva, tem uma lista do Conselho de Administração e de parceiros. Há uma certidão passada pelo governo que reconhece esta coligação e que foi publicada no Boletim Oficial número 16, de abril de 2012. Também apresentou o seu estatuto, em que se constitui o ONG, apresentou as suas fontes de financiamento, bem como a demonstração de auditoria independente, feita em março de 2018, e também o seu plano estratégico, que é de 20 a 25, portanto, 2020 a 2025. Posto isto, apresentamos isto, portanto, a avaliação que foi feita é que está em condições de ser admitida como ONG com estatuto de observador junto da Comissão Africana, conforme exigido pela resolução da Comissão Africana, que é a 370, para a concessão e gozo de estatuto de observador às ONGs que trabalham no campo dos direitos humanos e dos povos. Senhora Vice-Presidente, nossa proposta é que a CODEDIC-GB reúne todas as condições para que possa efetivamente obter este estatuto junto da Comissão Africana. Obrigada.
Merci, commissaire Maria-Teresa Manuela, pour la présentation et l'examen de cette demande de statut d'observateur. Je vais demander aux honorables commissaires s'ils ont des commentaires, des observations. Je n'en vois pas. Donc, à ce titre, nous pouvons conclure à l'octroi du statut d'observateur à la coalition des organisations de défense des droits de l'enfant en Guinée-Bissau. Voilà. Donc, c'est avec cette dernière demande d'examen que nous clôturons le point. Oui, il y a une demande de l'Algérie. Oui, est-ce que vous voulez parler de la D'accord. Nous nous sommes concertés parce qu'habituellement, les États n'interviennent pas après l'examen des demandes de statut d'affilié ou d'observateur, mais on vous donne la parole. Allez-y, les gars de l'Algérie.
Merci infiniment. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Non, c'est une intervention très courte et brève. Tout d'abord, pour remercier l'ensemble des membres de la commission d'avoir examiné ces demandes d'octroi de statut d'observateur. Mes remerciements vont également au secrétariat. Et puis, pour féliciter l'ensemble des ONG dont la demande a été acceptée. Donc, j'aurais peut-être une ou deux observations. D'abord, je constate que, et comme vous l'avez si bien dit, que les États parties n'ont pas de mot à dire. Donc, pourquoi examiner ce point dans la session publique de la commission? Peut-être décaler vers la session huis clos. Et puis, j'ai été étonné de voir que l'une des ONG porte dans son intitulé le nom d'un État qui n'est ni État partie, ni État africain. Donc, c'est un petit peu surprenant. Je ne doute pas des intentions de cette ONG. Elle est basée dans un État partie africain. Mais cela pose certaines interrogations. Je ne dirais pas d'ingérence étrangère dans les affaires africaines. Je fais confiance au travail de la Commission par rapport au statut de cette association. Mais si elle obéit à la résolution 361, notamment si elle est conforme à un certain nombre d'instruments africains, notamment l'acte constitutif et également la charte, et si elle œuvre dans le domaine des droits de l'homme dans les États parties, d'accord. Mais là, j'aurais deux recommandations. Donc, la première, comme j'ai dit au début, c'est soit décaler vers la session à huis clos lors des prochaines sessions. Et la deuxième, laquelle je privilégie, c'est ouvrir la parole après l'examen de chaque demande de statut d'observateur aux États parties, pas pour contester, mais juste commenter et parfois peut-être attirer votre attention. On est tous des êtres humains. Il y a peut-être des aspects qui pourraient ne pas être apparents lors du premier examen par la commission et on pourrait attirer votre attention. Je vous remercie.
D'abord, il y a quelque chose que vous avez réussi, c'est d'installer ce débat entre la commission et un État parti, chose qui n'est pas habituelle à ce stade d'analyse. La question relative à l'intitulé des ONG, le critère intitulé n'est pas un critère légal, hein? Il ne figure pas dans la résolution qui nous permet d'octroyer le statut d'observateur chez nous. Ça peut s'appeler Canada, ça peut s'appeler Argentine, mais le véritable critère que nous avons toujours demandé, on en a déjà débattu à huis clos plusieurs fois, c'est que ces structures doivent avoir un ancrage chez nous en Afrique, travailler pour la promotion de la charte africaine de droits de l'homme et des peuples et surtout avoir un siège secondaire, même s'ils peuvent travailler en international avec nous. Ça ne peut pas vous étonner, parce que comme vous savez, les partenaires de l'Union africaine ne sont pas que des structures africaines. L'Union africaine elle-même, prise alors en ce moment-là globalement, ce n'est pas que les structures africaines, c'est les structures internationales. Et quand vous regardez la charte africaine, l'un des objectifs, c'est de coopérer avec les institutions et les organisations internationales. Là, on n'a même pas limité qui œuvrent dans le domaine des droits de l'homme. Vous voyez que le champ est vaste. On n'a pas dit les institutions africaines, mais les organisations et institutions internationales. Ça signifie que le champ déjà de coopération est largement ouvert. Ça, c'est d'abord la première observation que je voudrais formuler, mais les autres commissaires pourraient compléter, hein. Bien évidemment, je n'ai pas la totalité ou le monopole d'arguments à devoir vous donner. La charte elle-même nous permet de coopérer avec les organisations et les institutions internationales. La résolution que nous avions adoptée ne fait pas de l'intitulé d'une organisation un critère d'octroi. Ce n'est pas parce que ça s'appelle Québec que nous allons directement rejeter. D'ailleurs, tout à l'heure, je parlais avec la vice-présidente. Vous avez vu qu'il y a une organisation qui parle des droits de l'enfant tout à l'heure, mais à qui nous avons donné le statut d'observateur. Mais on aurait pu l'envoyer au comité africain des experts sur le droit et les biens des enfants. Mais c'est après, c'est en analysant les statuts. Quand nous voyons ce qu'il y a là-dedans, ils disent, nous travaillons dans le domaine des droits de l'homme, mais nous touchons aussi aux questions liées à l'enfant. On ne peut pas rejeter une telle organisation, nous la prenons. Si on s'était arrêté à l'intitulé, on aurait pu prendre une décision contraire. Deuxième élément maintenant, en ce qui concerne le bien fondé, la ratiologis de cet exercice en public, vous pouvez me croire, nous analysons d'abord ces choses en séance privée, mais nous venons rendre compte en public des délibérations que nous avions déjà faites parce que ça doit se faire publiquement et les gens doivent être informés de ce qui a été fait. L'objectif, ce n'est pas d'installer un débat parce que les critères ici, nous-mêmes, nous les avons déjà analysés et quand nous octroyons, c'est après analyse. Habituellement, on n'ouvre pas ce débat, on ne soumet pas cette question au débat public, mais on présente les résultats en public. Le débat ne s'est pas posé aujourd'hui. Hein. Depuis longtemps, lorsqu'on octroie ces statuts, cette question revient toujours, mais elle reste conforme au règlement intérieur de la commission qui prévoit que les choses se passent comme ça. Et jusque-là, ça s'est passé ainsi sans aucun problème. Je ne sais pas si, Madame la vice-présidente, vous pouvez donner la parole à un autre commissaire qui peut avoir des arguments complémentaires. Voilà ce que vous pouvez vous donner comme réponse à ce stade. Merci.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commissaires qui voudraient également intervenir? Commissaire Derso, allez-y.
A very good morning to all of you, colleagues, members of the Commission, staff of the Secretariat, and distinguished delegates and interpreters. It's the first time that I'm speaking, so I also would like to welcome you all to this ordinary session of the Commission. I think just to really reinforce the point that the chair made, one, with respect to the first item, the question the distinguished delegate of Algeria raised, it is an exercise on the part of the Commission, as the chair said, to report to the wider participants of the ordinary session about the deliberation that it had and the consideration that it did in reviewing applications. So it is basically part of an exercise in transparency as well. That is the rationale for doing it here. There were instances in which actually the Commission, members of the Commission, where there was no consensus, have actually raised in public their reservations with respect to certain applications. So it is part of that, process of doing things in public transparently. Whether or not we always succeed on that, that is subject to debate and discussion. On the second question, then I think the criteria in the resolution on the granting of observer status indicates that it has to be an organization that has a presence in Africa and carries out activities on human rights that are in consonance with the African Charter. So one of the questions that members of the Commission asked were exactly that one, whether this organization had a presence in Africa. And one of the elements read out was that it had an office in Mali, Bamako. That is just for purpose of clarification. Once that is made, irrespective of the name, then the criteria is fulfilled under the resolution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Derso. Juste pour appuyer l'intervention du commissaire Derso, en ce qui concerne le fait que certaines organisations non gouvernementales aient une référence à un pays hors Afrique, nous avions eu une demande, je pense que c'était à la session de Dakar en octobre 2021, d'une ONG autrichienne, je pense, autrichienne, qui effectivement travaillait sur la liberté d'expression et d'information, il me semble, mais elle n'avait aucun ancrage sur le continent africain. Il n'y avait ni un siège, ni une filiale de cette ONG, et nous l'avons effectivement refusée en tant que telle. Et donc, pour appuyer l'intervention du commissaire Derso, nous avons dans notre, je dirais, listing des organisations non gouvernementales, certaines organisations à vocation internationale, telles que Avocats sans frontières, nous pouvons avoir également Médecins sans frontières, etc. Mais l'exigence, c'est de pouvoir travailler sur le continent africain. Certaines, d'ailleurs, ont plusieurs bureaux dans plusieurs pays africains. C'est à ce titre que nous leur accordons le statut d'observateur parce qu'elles vont effectivement exercer des activités au profit des populations africaines. Alors, pour la deuxième question concernant la publicité, ou du moins le fait que nous ne puissions pas faire, peut-être, vous avez dit qu'il fallait peut-être prendre en charge cette question dans des sessions privées. Non, c'est dans le cadre de la transparence, dans le cadre également de, je dirais, du débat, hein, cette inclusivité que nous développons au sein de la Commission africaine. Les débats ont lieu tout d'abord entre nous lorsqu'il y a des problèmes pour éviter qu'une demande de statut fasse l'objet justement de contradictions pendant la session publique, mais il est tout à fait normal que nous puissions rendre compte aussi bien des statuts d'affiliés que des statuts d'observateurs en session publique, d'autant plus que les ONG en question parfois sont présentes dans la salle, de même que les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Donc, il serait préférable de rendre compte de l'octroi du statut d'affilié ou d'observateur en séance publique, de manière à ce que les différents partenaires puissent prendre connaissance, notamment du résultat de l'examen fait par la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Voilà, je pense qu'on vous a peut-être… Oui, allez-y.
Sinon, très, très brièvement, tout d'abord, merci beaucoup aux trois commissaires, présidents, vice-présidents, notamment ceux qui portent ces deux casquettes, pour les clarifications. Et donc, je comprends bien que c'est par souci essentiellement de transparence. Bon, je dirais que publier sur le site web aurait été tout aussi transparent.
Integration.
Thank you.
Wajahu, Wajahu, ile jipus wanda wale. Walinda mfana.
When the law is available, what is changed?
I just.
But the amount of jump for my call, all that in there. Apply when I have
Yes, being more so than
Sano is very low in the world. And Tonyano Sano is very low. I don't know why shouldn't we. So we are working on this. How is it now? Seven.
What about this one?
No, it's okay.
That's all. Why is
Okay,
it?
it's okay.
Why is it that you mukana? A lot of when you marry, you move that. Video capturing. No, USB montera so kanja, so it's not detecting junk. Fee. And get them USB something. Yeah. Thanks. I'm a whole labor muruna. Almost a break no down. Yeah, almost a break no down. Sure. Wow. Sure. From these things when you get young messages fee and mails and okay. We can now hear you. Yes, we can hear now, but we don't see anyone. Okay, you don't send free chats. Yeah. I want to you go take a game in Yami. Mustafa, we are settled. Kasi that I muta. Ayankas. I name Manafulo. But in fact, in a break last Sunday, the break start just now.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Minutes later break.
But Mustafa, it told Mustafa who AC with the Okay, thank you.
No, one day over now.
Leo.
Yeah.
Then okay. I'm going to go and I'm bread for a little man. I'm going to start on the bottom.
You guys and the opera.
In a car, please have later in a yama. No, die. Put your mother. Not last Sunday.
Someone that you know, 14. But if you are I'm going to boss in here. No boss, not that.
Not die. On the bush.
Alhamdulillah. Sure.
What's your good? You want to tell me something private?
Yep. Multilinguist. Yeah, that's correct. That's right. Yeah, after that.
But at least it is not a junior. There's certain things. The buyer not see what to see.
You could be communication, and it's a good thing you initiate something now. It's good. It's good. Me like all the time. I'm going to team like team la. Come football, so that I play boy. Play good. I got play game after game, you know, win and win. That was a very good. Yeah. So all of them. But it's true, na teamwork. In Naranyola, collaborate. Yes, okay. But for you, for that, my space dinner. Very good. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. No, but team. It's a teamwork. But what do we do with the Zoom? Well, the Zoom, what do we do? We turn off the camera and mute. Okay. Maybe it is something. The good No, Mustafa in the down when he was going into a review. Yeah, that was after the program. When he was like, so, but the idea is a good thing. We are communicating. Let's keep it that way. Yeah. So we keep it that way. So I'm a balance. When you balance that, if you have something to do today, later, then this other team balances you allow. Load, you are networking. You are load balance. No, but program will be right televised. Everything was done by 5. This was the last one. You know, right there exactly. Right there exactly. They stick to schedule. Right there exactly 5 times. I understand. So we are around until program will reach. Send devices. But what? Yeah, instead of waiting until after. When you will as we move, we communicate.
Hello. Sonia, bisa kan aku? Let's about it together. Yeah, would have faced an asset. Because there TP link, that's the number. Be password there. No. Oh yeah, so man, you know, TP link B798.
Me against the government, not back. I pass through minus. It is imposed on him, man. It's not his decision. He does not even take data or something. That is for the national executive there in other KMC nomination and the other. That's the youth mobilization that is going.
So it's been very nice. When you ask it's very nice, especially how can we say use the GPS and tracking. UDP. Well, UDP, those people are around.
Unique district position. Another long time. Unique district position, but position people. I will look at this. Okay, I'm absent. Until the key to Andy, I want to know about the key. When you know Sampai doa antara aburan di sana. Kau itu dulu andi nak pergi. I don't. Ada problem kan? Ada problem kan? Ada iya kan. Baik, kita kalau ada lamin ini kan, right? Bukan aman terus. Sudah prison, malam promosi fana. Dan CEO nak di jauh. Pada orang yang dapat orang.
From here, I know why are you moving? So for anti that you put so anti no, you know.
You want this someone that
Really until that.
someone that come. I can send the my going to. I know anti conqueror that. I don't know any that have anti conqueror. Maybe I'm on a I can disappear. Can I have blood? Can I disappear? Doesn't mean the station to it.
Yeah, I understand. But I get like now when you move,
you
1 minute, 2 minutes, you come back.
Exactly, you communicate.
The thing is, he's focusing on another blood. After that, then when he start talking, he forget about what he's doing. Qualify, you know, focus, you know. Put your focus ahead.
Yeah.
Charlie Badi. Yeah, boy.
Good.
So Banjul do.
Good one.
Good bad.
Well, Gala council boy Gali like
That. 400.
400.
Ah,
That one.
the council
Collective. My influence on luck. But at least for Rafaela in boy and all maintain that one.
I think I got an hour.
You can do my like a jump here. You need to know near.
Boy, finally, boy. Yeah, I don't know. You need to have something of you. You put it.
Yo, me boy, Baba. I feel have a cross. What?
The name was moving in trophy. Bro. Then so where is National Human Rights?
I did.
Hola.
Right.
The same people. National Human Rights. They can log in, they can SSH this server, they can tell them you move and go from the home. So that password, my SSH. Huh?
Find out.
Hey, Tina, we up. Tina, we up. One, si ko am ñuna. Comme yoni fi de, one, ba mo ñu taw ni. Mané ko yo nga né mo ko transférer, yo nga né da nga fix bi. Mo ñu mané ko la nga fix. Mu ne mané mu direct mo moy backup suite. Mané ko bi nga fix, mané ko OK. Tout tal suite. Mu ko tal dem ci kanam rek mu def rek. Mané ko li la ko fix. Mu ne ma dédé nekul li la fix. Mo la fix moy the fiber cable. Bobu la ci. Waye bobu ubbi ko defu ci dara. So mom association ne mom li mënu ci dara waye ga sax expert ñu ngi ñu
Then you want to join the right, that's key. You should start system device. We can do
this. Gambian. They give you something free. You want still those people to why you should not have made a darabo. Take ownership of it, boy, not maintain for living. Don't wait for the same person. Call me Sarah Lavi Paranga. Why?
This is the
wrong. This is a grant. They give it to you. Or you still expecting support technical everything from them? As a country, as a sovereign country.
So what's happening? When I blow me, Joel Mako, Ibrahim and Kojo.
Very seriously.
You never joke, you never joke, Ibrahim.
Whereby even we can do it.
You never joke, Ibrahim. Ibrahim and what I call it. Why you never joke? You never joke. So much the motor. Well, I'm obviously one get
What do you want?
We wanted to put that other one there.
Change there.
Till now, it's not about it. Till now
is there. Just to move, boy. You cannot move. Very simple. Put again a screen with a change again.
What's screen?
Screen with touch with a room one.
Wow.
Put choose for you neck.
Come on, change it.
You try to copy and you do Bukola and have change.
Come on. Yeah, so if you
then
so capacity is starts in here, I don't trust that.
So one gis nga man dama dem direct xam nga dama doon dégg man si Tina direct laa dem mu expliqué na ma yëpp mu ne ma ne setup bi fii they are civil engineers understand fi networking mu woon ma company bu gaa yónni company bi moo ñëw mu fix mu install everything day def seen fay media setting si kirib kara o company boo xamante mu ñëw setup everything nii mu bu gaa setup yëpp ne si la gaa ogamten pour fay ba ñu ne leen ne la ngeen bëgg a use fii ndax fay bala wala nii daf del ñëw understand nga daf del mu ñëwee mu xool leen ne ok fay ba nii gaa connect fay ba test everything work fine tam tel leen so any système boo gis am na company pour ñu ñoom birum dara de so léegi seen expert yi nag ñoo nekkoon around ñoo doon xool so expert yi ñoo ñibbi ñu ngi China so léegi yow 1 2 nga ne Tina 1 2 nga ne wang électricien non wang soo ko lifini ko dee nataal seen ko si élection la dee respect yow ñun fi yow ak li lu yàgga dis yow train sa gars yi
yàgga na ñëwoon loolu
But is this long-term sustainable solution? What is the Yabaylo? I don't think money is the Yabaylo.
It's just
important. Look at this the quality of meeting going on. Meeting me right, meeting me together.
Only 1 day. All right. Don't go do some other final, but you know, over. When time almost start now. Okay, I don't know how to. Alamin, comprehensive one. You know, then I'm for video. They need project. The project of using Google. Then extra. No. You guys see you later. Good. I don't want to budget partner. Dauda. That's one. Yeah, they are coming tomorrow. I know. So they'll come tomorrow. Tomorrow is only this. Oh, it's great. What? I don't know. I feel better in all my body. You know? I'm got distance in time about. It's crucial. What's it for? What? I'm going to Bangola Bula Sam. Any other? Never Bangola Bula. I'm West. Or is not trying, man. Wait. You wouldn't know what you're doing. You're not bachelor. That's more not needed. Dr. Cisse, the leader of Citizens Alliance, Dr. Ismail Cisse, has said he never endorsed AMC when he started the Sudan. For some as his advisor, Cisse was among prominent Gambians, including former Mayor Stephen. Mayor Bensouda once publicly consulted for advice. What? Any quality work on the book of nothing in that part. Think that very special in the big.
Want to display pictures.
Folder?
Yeah. Okay.
Connection code, TP link. I don't know the 9 something. Let me see. Yeah, TP link D9A. D79A. Yeah. Right. No, free. Where is it?
Huh?
You want to be
All of them.
Okay, you want them to play at once.
Yeah.
Come on, Jimmy.
That's right.
Where is it?
Okay, yeah, exactly.
So, yes, go back. Let's start this nice.
Fine.
Yeah. Why is it not going to? Or is it that I select only one again?
Yeah, this.
We open this here. Yeah. Drag and drop. Intense. Yeah. So will you want it to project now? Or when they start?
What do they want to display this picture anyway? Yes. They decided, I'll let you know. Okay. Where's the video?
Yeah, busy right now.
More interest more interest phone register on a pool game at least. After that, my boy, I don't know about pooling boy. You can't go around. I think running around there, man. Sorry. But I'm learning. There's somebody I know. How you need all that money to?
Yes. Ajay picture means like in a form of video to the you know mobile maybe Carino has a recommendation tomorrow. That's not Pata.
High level language.
As part of this one, I couldn't go hard.
But in Korea, in Baga top secret, and never group of create a more interest and add.
If I'm going to be funny,
Everybody putting heads together, man. Putting heads together. We are when they are not going to go the always clear. And ask you know, maybe until that will be. Let me know. But yeah, it is maybe the time. That's what we're about. I want from what I
I believe it this way.
So we are just trying to mobilize that force before we get there.
But you like the level of more coming. But for the central government, you are born in the Jana. You are born in the Jana. For the same, we stand after the Jana.
But direct, very important. No have to get by you. Yeah, direct. Huh? What?
Yeah. Boy.
Huh?
What for? Yeah. Pata pata. Pata pata. Pata pata.
Crucial.
Okay, boy. Sorry.
This is real monkey work. This is real monkey work.
Boy.
When the hell, boy? Again, monkey work. Boy, my brother. Boy. I don't know where for familiar, boy. It is a different breed. It's not that extra big and
Yes.
Question.
Inside, there is possibility of increasing the strength of the receiver. Which of the receivers are you? Yes, the strength. Because my boss is complaining that when she listens, it's cutting. Yes.
Increase the strength.
No, he means the how to call it? Those translators, just to move it a bit. Points on the high table nicely. There's one over there. So they are saying the signal is coming, but when they listen, it becomes choppy. Yeah, I understand. And when we try and tell them, no, you see, you need to put it on top. So I said, is there a way we can increase the strength of those?
Increase on the direction.
And then if they can point on the high table.
Can you read them?
My question is, what's obviously it's directional, general direction. So if we can have maybe two or so that points the high table. Then we feel. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. We are okay. I'm feeling why I see that. Yes. No, be my mirror. First, you are under there. I hope we are safe. No, I have a thing that I brought. So yeah, we want to get safe and It's okay. Hey, is that so? Yeah. The DBs, the decibels. But anyway, you guys think about it, and then we see.
Translation bi fan noonu. Fan nga nekk exactly. Ñaata nit nga soxla foofu.
Hey, muito da. Onde você fala feira, quando você fala feira? É.
Hello, Andy. Hello.
Okay, what it is? At 12, huh?
Again.
Yeah, every global gun. Lafa kami for etual nimo and a mind to our communication or doja.
Okay, it will. Double Jula.
But I said, I'm Mario Kuroki, Nimi Kuroki, I want to get out of it. Huh?
I want to kill our
Kamayo. Say, Momina, Nimi Kuroki, I'll let them know what I didn't know.
It was history coming down there. I'm at Timothy 4. Malonda. Now can it help you know? Yes.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons poursuivre notre session. Et prendre place. Alors, pour le deuxième segment de cette matinée, nous allons aborder le point 5 relatif à la présentation des rapports d'activité des membres de la commission. À ce titre, nous avons sur l'agenda 3 rapports qui seront présentés successivement. D'abord, le rapport d'activité de la présidente du comité de la protection des droits des personnes qui vivent avec le VIH.
I configuration of the Zoom. They have panelists, they have attendees. Coming to Ningo move like half an hour, you stick around and help me.
AC control main hole on a public. Okay, but it's okay now. It's okay now. Thank you. Thank you.
God.
What do you want to channel? Yes, sir. We are just in. Amen, amen. Okay, it's okay. Control. Yeah, give here tech team subhanallah. Tech team
with a set of recommendations. Activities carried out in my capacity as commissioner. Très bien. Alors, les interprètes sont avec nous. Madame Nita, je vais reprendre, s'il vous plaît. Are we ready? Yeah. So I was about to start the first part of my report, engagement with state parties. Article 45, 1C of the Commission
feedback 1 second.
Within the context of Article 45(1)(c) of the Commission to cooperate with other African institutions concerned with promotion and protection of human rights, I was able to, among others, meet the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Gambia and Attorney General country, represented by the Solicitor General on 9th of November 2022. The purpose of the visit was to engage with the host government of the Gambia in my capacity as the country rapporteur. During the visit, I highlighted ways in which the Commission could support the Gambia in meeting its commitments under the African Charter and improving the rule of law in the country. This included a proposal to make a road show on human rights as part of our promotion mission in the host country. I hope I'm being heard. It's okay? Okay, thank you. I also, under the nomination of the Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, attended an African regional seminar on the contribution of development to the enjoyment of human rights, organized by the United Nations Office of Human Rights in Nairobi, Kenya, in November 2022. During the seminar, I wore two hats. First, I delivered the opening remarks on behalf of the Honorable Chairperson, both of the Commission of Human Rights and also the AUC, which was also represented. I was also able to participate in a panel discussion in which the topic was reflections on the contribution of development to the enjoyment of human rights. During my presentation, I highlighted the need for continued cooperation between the United Nations and the Commission under the Addis Ababa Roadmap on cooperation between our Commission and the human rights family in the United Nations. I emphasized that under Commission Resolution 224 on human rights-based approach to national resource governance adopted by the Commission at its 51st ordinary session held in Banjul in 2012, the Commission recognized the interdependence between human rights and development. I noted that African countries were within their abilities and fast resources to much more for their people with respect to access to energy, food, water security, adequate housing, education, especially for vulnerable and people like women and children, indigenous populations, persons with disabilities, people living with HIV/AIDS. I also highlighted the need for African countries, especially state parties to the Kampala Convention, to take appropriate measures to ensure the protection of populations against forced displacement caused by bad governance, as well as large development projects in Africa, in accordance with Resolution 335 of 2016 on the situation of internally displaced persons in Africa, adopted by the Commission at its 19th extraordinary session held in Banjul in 2016. In March 2023, I represented the chairperson of the Commission at a workshop on accessing the jurisprudence and procedures of the African Court on Human and People's Rights and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which was hosted by the Cameroon Bar Association in conjunction with the British High Commission. Both events were organized back to back. During my presentation, I emphasized that human rights and the rule of law are not only fundamentally shared values of the AU member states, but they are also critical elements for the proper functioning and developmental transformation of any democracy. I urge Cameroon to abide by the rule of law in accordance with its development objectives in the National Development Plan Strategy 2020-2030. The Commission organized its 36th extraordinary session, which I was part of. On country monitoring, in accordance with the Commission's mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter, the Commission has important role in monitoring implementation of the Charter by member states. In particular, members of the Commission have responsibilities to monitor the state of human rights in selected countries and address human and people's rights concerns whenever necessary. In doing so, state parties and indeed other stakeholders are encouraged to cooperate and consult the country repertoires of the Commission in the design, planning, implementation, review of human rights mandate in their country. In this regard, in my capacity as a special rapporteur for the Arab Republic of Egypt, 2, the state of Eritrea, 3, the Kingdom of Eswatini, 4, the Republic of the Gambia, and 5, the Republic of Sierra Leone, I was involved in a couple of activities. On Egypt, numerous human rights complaints against the Arab Republic of Egypt were received. We welcome the cooperation received from the government of Egypt in handling this challenge. The Commission calls upon the government to respectively comply with the human rights obligations under the Charter. It will be recalled that the Commission granted affiliate status to the National Council for Human Rights of Egypt during the 73rd Ordinary Session. In order to strengthen engagement between the Commission and the government of Egypt, I have submitted a request to undertake a working visit and on human rights promotional mission to the government of Egypt in order to increase the awareness about the rights and freedoms contained in the African Charter and the obligations of the government. I would like to acknowledge that Egypt has currently been reporting and is up to date with its reports under Article 62 of the Charter. And it is my hope that with the support that the National Council for Human Rights, the government will continue to submit its periodic reports to us on time. Eswatini. It will be recorded that on 17 July 2021 and 25th October 2021, respectively, the Commission issued 2 press statements on the human rights situation in Eswatini, following the protests and confrontation between protesters and law enforcement personnel. This statement called on Eswatini to immediately halt the use of police of live ammunition, comply with principles of precaution and proportionality and necessity in the use of precaution and the lack of avoid use of lethal force. During the intersession period, I continued to monitor the deteriorating situation of human rights in the kingdom. Of particular concern to the Commission was an escalating internal political uncertainty, whose climax was the brutal murder on 21st of January 2023 of Advocate Tulani Maseko at his home. Advocate Maseko had attended the 73rd Honorary Session of the Commission, and today we are saddened that he's not among us. I and the chairperson of the Commission issued a letter to His Majesty King Mswati III on 26 January regarding the murder and called for investigation and independent commission, and also dispatched a condolence message to Lani's family. Sierra Leone. During the intercessional period, the Commission learned with much delight that the government of Sierra Leone had enacted into law in January 2023 the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act. As such, working closely with my sister commissioner, Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, Honorable Commissioner Janet, we issued a joint letter of commendation for enacting the landmark Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act. The Gambia. During the intercessional period, the Secretary received complaints from certain shareholders in the Gambia concerning electoral process leading up to the local council elections. We acknowledged the observation of these stakeholders and called on the government to continue making sure that such a level playing ground is maintained. In my capacity as a country rapporteur for the Gambia, I also received an invitation from the chairperson of the Gambian Independent Electoral Commission to participate in the AU Observer Mission for local government elections for councillors and mayoral elections, both in April and May. However, a decision of the commission during the 74th ordinary session, the Secretariat decided that commissioners should not be part of this process, and so the Secretariat informed the country accordingly. The Commission has continued to participate in various consultative meetings convened by the government of the Gambia, the UN in the Gambia, and other development partners regarding Gambia's National Development Plan, the support for the TRRC recommendations, the improved situation, human rights in the country, and also planning for the United Nations 75th Declaration for Human Rights. For many of these meetings, the consultations are still ongoing, and the Commission hopes it continues to support the government in its endeavor. However, particularly worrying was the failed coup attempt in the Gambia on Tuesday, 20th December 2022. In response to the failed coup, the Commission issued a press statement on it, and also a letter was sent out to the country in support and to congratulate them in the way they handled the failed coup. Part 3 is activities carried out as the chairperson of the HIV's committee. The World AIDS Day, which was commemorated last December 1, the Commission issued a press statement in which it highlighted issues such as the eclipsing of HIV/AIDS and COVID, among others. With regard to the committee of experts, we advertised the appointment of new expert members by Resolution 534 of 2022. Appointments of the chairperson, reconstitution of the Committee on HIV/AIDS committee, and was adopted during the 74th session, was also carried out. The Commission requested the Secretary to re-advertise the call, and applications were received. In compliance with this request, the Secretariat published the re-advertisement, and this process was completed. Promotion mission to Tanzania. From 23rd to 28th of January 2023, I was part of a Commission's delegation for human rights promotion mission to Tanzania with my sister commissioner and the country rapporteur for Tanzania, Honorable Commissioner Gerisha Topsesono. We were there to ascertain above the promotion, the allegations that the indigenous Maasai communities were being evicted from their ancestral land in Ngorongoro and Loliondo. During the delegation engagement with the various stakeholders, I interacted with the Tanzania Commission for HIV/AIDS, TAC/AIDS, and I've since followed up with them on areas on what they are doing in the country. Situation of people living in the HIV/AIDS on the continent. As you are aware, honorable members, since the advent of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the continental campaign against the spread of HIV/AIDS has been eclipsed. The emergence of various overlapping health crises all over the world in Africa had increasingly devastating impact on people living with HIV/AIDS. As it is now widely acknowledged, COVID and other uncertainties have not only disrupted health services across the world, but have also greatly increased the vulnerability of people living with HIV/AIDS. In particular, in the African context, people live and those at risk.
Salita,
Yeah, I'm winding up.
you have only 5 minutes.
No problem. I've received little or no care during the period. In this regard, and in direct focus the plight of people living with HIV and AIDS, I am championing the development of an HIV/AIDS app which will be followed by full digitization of those living with HIV and AIDS in the continent. And we have been working closely with the Commissioner in charge of health in the AUC, and we have made good progress. In holding of the International Conference of AIDS and STIs in Africa, ICASA, in December, we plan to make use of the space to advocate both for the app, the digitization, but also the appointment of HIV/AIDS heads of state champion for the SADC region, which to date tops in terms of the percentages in the world, in terms of numbers, and is among all the 1 to 9 countries leading with HIV/AIDS are from that region. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, I would like to say that we have made such recommendations to state parties, to the national human rights institutions, to CSOs working on HIV/AIDS, and to other partners. I just wish to highlight one for each. With regard to state parties, adequate financing for health institutions is important, and we urge that they concern themselves with the increased funding to protect people living with HIV and AIDS. In particular, we look forward to the end of user fees for people living with HIV and AIDS, and the more rolling out of ARVs. For the national human rights institutions, we are in particular asking for them to continue working with their governments and other educational institutions to develop and deliver relevant sex education for adults and young people living with HIV and AIDS. For civil society, we ask them to, for their collaboration and advocacy in the app, HIV/AIDS app that we are coming up with, and the digitization of this project. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by saying that on behalf of myself and the expert members of the committee, I would like to thank long-term partners of the committee for their continuous support and commitment to the work of the committee. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable commissaire Lita, pour la présentation de votre rapport d'activité qui nous a effectivement permis de prendre connaissance de toutes les activités menées pendant l'intercession. Alors, comme je l'avais évoqué au début, nous allons maintenant passer la parole aux différents partenaires, à savoir les délégués des États, les représentants des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme et des ONG qui se sont inscrits préalablement. Alors, j'ai sur ma liste tout d'abord le délégué pour les États, le délégué de l'Algérie, M. Ahmad Chemer, qui voudrait effectivement prendre la parole. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Vice-présidente. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous féliciter pour votre leadership dans la conduite des travaux de cette session. La délégation algérienne prend note du rapport d'activité présenté par l'honorable Lita Mousseimi au Ghana. Cette intervention se limite aux parties du rapport liées aux activités de Madame la commissaire et ses recommandations en qualité de présidente du comité pour la protection des droits des personnes vivant avec le VIH, des personnes à risque vulnérables et affectées par le VIH. À ce titre, ma délégation note avec préoccupation que la compagnie continentale de lutte contre l'expansion du VIH soit reléguée au second plan dans le contexte de la COVID-19. Nous sommes tout aussi préoccupés par le fait que des personnes vivant avec le VIH/SIDA et les personnes à risque ne reçoivent pas de soins appropriés et continuent de faire l'objet de discrimination et de stigmatisation. Une telle situation implique la nécessité de redoubler d'efforts pour remettre sur les rails la riposte mondiale et continentale au VIH/SIDA afin d'atteindre l'objectif d'éradication du sida d'ici à 2030. Pour ce faire, ma délégation appuie les recommandations pertinentes de Madame la commissaire, s'agissant notamment de l'opérationnalisation des activités de prévention du VIH, de renforcement de l'accès aux services de soins et de diagnostic précoce. Nous notons également avec appréciation la proposition de concevoir une application sur le VIH/SIDA pour appuyer et protéger les personnes concernées.
Madame la vice-présidente, l'Algérie, qui a de tout temps placé les questions de santé au centre des politiques publiques, s'est engagée de façon résolue dans un processus de réforme visant à renforcer davantage son système de santé à travers une approche centrée sur l'accès sans discrimination aux services de santé, le développement des infrastructures, la valorisation de la ressource humaine et l'affectation des financements adéquats. Dans la riposte au sida, et malgré une épidémie peu active, l'Algérie assure à titre gratuit toutes les prestations liées aux services de dépistage et de traitement, en particulier au sein des populations vulnérables. Ainsi, des centres de dépistage anonymes sont ouverts au niveau de l'ensemble du territoire national. Le dispositif institutionnel de prise en charge a également été renforcé avec la récente création de l'Agence nationale de sang et la mise en fonction de 15 centres de référence de prise en charge de l'infection VIH-Sida. En outre, mon pays s'emploie à assurer la pérennité des acquis de la riposte à travers le renforcement de l'éducation thérapeutique et la lutte contre la discrimination au milieu de soins. Au niveau international, l'Algérie continue d'appuyer le travail du programme commun des Nations Unies sur le VIH-Sida, ONU-Sida, pour lui permettre de s'acquitter pleinement de son mandat en tant que partenariat innovant qui guide l'engagement de la communauté internationale dans la lutte contre le sida. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup aux délégués de l'Algérie. Merci également d'avoir pris les 5 minutes, donc d'avoir respecté le temps. Merci. Vous aurez des réponses par la suite par la commissaire Vita. Alors, sans plus tarder, je passe maintenant à un des représentants des organes de l'Union africaine. C'est le Conseil africain scientifique sur la recherche et l'innovation. Et je donne la parole au docteur Mohamed Riadi. Est-ce qu'il est présent? Non? Si, virtuellement. D'accord. Vous avez la parole. Allez-y, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Non. On l'a perdu. Oui. Bon, il va peut-être revenir sur l'écran. Je vais passer maintenant la parole également à une organisation non gouvernementale qui voudrait également réagir suite à la présentation du rapport de Madame Nita. Il s'agit de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de l'Éthiopie. C'est inscrit en tant que NGO. Yes. Ethiopian National Human Rights Commission. You have the floor.
No.
Non, c'est pas elle.
That is the state.
Ah, the state, non. Non, ici, il s'agit sous la forme d'une ONG.
So maybe online.
Ah non, excuse me, no. It's finished for Madame Nita, no. It's for the other report of Madame Abomo, no. No, excuse me. Donc, nous avons terminé avec les parties prenantes qui se sont inscrites suite à la présentation du rapport d'activité de Madame Nita. Je ne vois pas d'autres États. Non, il y a pas. Pour les États, également pour les…
C'est toujours archivé, ça.
Oui, mais j'ai demandé. La personne était en ligne et elle a été déconnectée. Est-ce qu'on a le docteur Mohamed Riati? Le Conseil de l'Union africaine sur l'innovation et la recherche scientifique. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? Il n'est plus là. Non. Non, il n'y a pas d'autres réactions. Étoile? Non. D'accord, bon. Donc, nous allons repasser la parole à la commissaire Nita, justement pour apporter des réponses à l'intervention du délégué de l'Algérie. Commissaire Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I would like to acknowledge the intervention, the comprehensive intervention from the delegation from Algeria. We take note of the work that the Algerian government is doing in terms of making sure that the issue of stigmatization and inadequate service provision and treatment in Nigeria is addressed. We also take note that Algeria is reforming its system to have a discrimination-free environment, and this is very encouraged, both within the articles in the Charter and also the Maputo Protocol, which women tend to be the main culprits of discrimination, and this is much welcome. The issue of providing free health services for vulnerable is also very welcome. I touched on it in my presentation, where I talked about abolition of user fees. And so this is very much in line with our recommendation. We also take note that Algeria supports the work of the United Nations in fight against HIV/AIDS, and look forward to them also supporting the work of the African Union in fighting HIV and AIDS, particularly as we are looking for innovative ways in the post-COVID era of dealing with the pandemic. And we look forward to Algeria's support in the work that we are envisaging on the app and the rollout of digitization. And we'll be looking for champions in each region, every region, for protection of people with HIV/AIDS, and we believe that in you we have a champion. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Lita, pour vos dernières réactions. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous allons maintenant examiner le rapport d'activité de la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées en Afrique, en la personne de l'honorable commissaire, Madame Marie-Louise Abomo. Vous avez la parole pour 15 minutes.
Merci de me passer la parole, Madame le Président de séance. Je présente mes respects à tous les participants en leurs rangs et qualités. Ce rapport qui est présenté sur les fondements juridiques que tout le monde connaît maintenant couvre la période comprise entre la 73e session ordinaire et celle-ci, c'est-à-dire la période allant du 20 octobre 2022 au 2 mai 2023, et fait le résumé donc de mes activités d'intercession dans le cadre des différents mandats thématiques spéciaux qui m'ont été confiés. Il s'est agi stratégiquement de travailler avec les modestes moyens mis à notre disposition pour avancer dans nos objectifs du moment et de l'année. Concrètement, il s'agit de disposer d'une vision claire de la situation des droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées en Afrique d'une part, et d'autre part de veiller à ce que le cadre juridique international de la promotion et de la protection de leurs droits sur le continent soit complété en l'état par l'entrée en vigueur au plus vite des 2 protocoles qui les concernent, surtout en cette année dédiée à l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. En conséquence de cela, mon rapport est structuré en 3 parties. Dans une première partie, je présenterai tour à tour les activités auxquelles j'ai participé en ma qualité générale de commissaire, celles que j'ai menées au titre de mon mandat spécial sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et celles des autres charges particulières. Dans la deuxième partie, je livrerai pour réaction un aperçu de mes constats relatifs à la situation des droits humains dans les pays pour lesquels je suis rapporteur. Dans une troisième partie, je me permettrai de faire des recommandations. S'agissant donc de la première partie, je vous dirai juste que j'ai participé à toutes les réunions que ma condition de commissaire titre général m'oblige à respecter. Je voudrais seulement insister sur ma participation aux réunions statutaires annuelles des organes délibérants de l'Union africaine. Il s'agissait de ma première participation en ma qualité de commissaire. Ça a été une expérience très enrichissante à titre personnel, mais surtout au titre des mandats spéciaux que je porte. En effet, j'en ai profité pour faire le plaidoyer, la ratification des protocoles, en remettant à chacun des États qui n'ont pas encore ratifié, j'entends par là qui n'ont pas encore déposé les instruments de ratification, un exemplaire des 2 traités. Il s'est agi d'un certain nombre de documents. J'ai par ailleurs pu discuter de vive voix avec de nombreuses délégations qui ont admis l'urgence de faire entrer en vigueur ces traités afin de compléter le dispositif juridique international de protection des personnes vulnérables sur le continent. Je suis certaine que ces ratifications vont suivre au plus vite. J'ai également approché les délégations des pays pour lesquels je suis rapporteur au niveau de la Commission afin de faire le suivi des discussions et correspondances relatives aux sollicitations de mission et de promotion dans ces pays. Pour rappel, il est nécessaire que les États partis à la charte autorisent de temps à autre une mission de promotion de la Commission sur leur sol afin d'aider à améliorer les performances en matière de jouissance des droits reconnus dans la charte. Pour les 5 pays pour lesquels je suis rapporteur, à savoir l'Angola, le Burundi, le Congo, le Gabon et la République démocratique du Congo, ils ont été saisis de requêtes et certains ont déjà donné leur accord de principe, pendant qu'avec les autres, il s'agit de travailler pour rendre effective cette commission. J'ai donc, dans le cadre des activités menées au sein de mécanismes spéciaux, je vais commencer par les activités menées au sein du groupe, au niveau du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, en disant que lors de la 73e session ordinaire qui s'est tenue, j'ai participé au forum des INDH qui m'ont demandé de faire une communication relative à l'inclusion et à l'implication des personnes handicapées dans la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Ensuite, j'ai tenu 2 panels. Un premier panel sur la finalisation du rapport initial sur la situation des droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées le 28 octobre 2022. C'était ici à Banjul. Le projet de rédaction et de publication d'une sorte de document de base renfermant les données légales, statistiques, entre autres, sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées sur le continent, est ambitieux, mais il est très avancé. Nous sommes parvenus à un stade où nous disposons d'un premier document qui doit être consolidé par les contributions des États partis. Nous avons atteint ce niveau d'avancement sur ce projet grâce à la réunion dont il est question dans une partie de mon rapport. Cette réunion a examiné et intégré les contributions faites lors de l'atelier d'Abidjan. Mon dernier rapport d'intercession évoquait cet atelier, qui avait réuni pour la première fois les membres du groupe de travail, les chercheurs et d'autres experts autour du projet initial de ce rapport. Je tiens à ce propos à remercier les chercheurs bénévoles que sont Madame Gaëlle Chouta, qui est une brillante Camerounaise, directrice fondatrice de Action for Human Rights and Humanitarian Health, les 2 jeunes doctorants ivoiriens, Alidou Bamba et Élisée Tei, le docteur Akinaldo Mandlet, qui est avocat au Mozambique, et la très charmante Perpetua Sonkoro, qui est une activiste tanzanienne. Leur travail mené d'arrache-pied nous a permis, grâce au financement de l'Union européenne, d'être à ce stade dans ce projet. À présent, il s'agit de communiquer avec les États partis sur ce qui est attendu d'eux. Concrètement, il faudra qu'ils prennent connaissance des données spécifiques à chacun d'eux sur le sujet en cause et qu'ils nous fournissent des éléments et avis correctifs ou additifs devant permettre de finaliser et publier ce rapport initial. Ce document est pour mon groupe de travail très important pour la promotion et la protection des droits de personnes en question. Aussi, les États recevront au cours de cette année une correspondance de la Commission pour recueillir leurs contributions sur le projet de rapport en cause. Je sais déjà compter sur la diligence et la collaboration des États partis à ce sujet. Il faut dire, terminer ce compte rendu, ce rapport spécifique, que les commissaires membres de mon groupe de travail, à savoir les honorables Moutfor Zakaria Mwandenga, qui est le vice-président, et le commissaire Idriss Asso, les experts membres du groupe de travail, dont Maître Saddam Hussein, qui est un avocat algérien, qui couvre la partie nord de l'Afrique. Monsieur Laurent Patrick Badougué, qui est un magistrat camerounais qui couvre l'Afrique centrale. Mademoiselle Rigbe Gebreyesus, qui est commissaire à l'INDH éthiopienne, qui couvre la partie de l'Afrique de l'Est, et les chercheurs que j'ai précédemment nommés ont participé à ces travaux. Y ont également pris part M. Kwado Alfred Kwasi, qui est conseiller aux droits de l'homme de l'INDH de Côte d'Ivoire, et beaucoup d'autres personnes. Je leur dis vivement merci et les encourage à continuer l'excellent travail sur ce projet. Ensuite, il y a eu le panel de sensibilisation sur la ratification du protocole relatif aux droits des personnes âgées et de celui relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées en Afrique. Ce panel s'est tenu le 29 octobre 2022. Ont participé à ce panel, outre les honorables commissaires cités, les experts du groupe de travail, les chercheurs dont j'ai parlé, Monsieur Poncien Atouguinmana, qui est secrétaire permanent du ministère de la Solidarité nationale, des affaires sociales, des droits de la personne humaine et du genre du Burundi, Madame Namizata Sangaré, qui est la présidente du Conseil national des droits de l'homme de la Côte d'Ivoire, Monsieur Lofoko Kemassan, fonctionnaire principal à la direction sociale de la Commission de l'Union africaine, et Madame Grace Antihatsu, qui est conseillère en plaidoyer international, responsable de l'Afrique de l'Ouest à ACHPR. Je remercie tous ces panélistes en insistant particulièrement sur l'engagement de Madame Namizata Sangaré, qui n'a ménagé aucun effort allant jusqu'à personnellement braver les difficultés logistiques pour être présente à cette activité. Je lui présente nos excuses pour les désagréments à ce sujet en espérant sa prochaine participation plus agréable à cette activité. Cette activité est un classique du groupe de travail et fait partie des articulations que nous avons l'habitude de tenir. Au cours de cette activité, les panélistes ont présenté les protocoles et ont fait le plaidoyer auprès des participants afin de permettre la ratification. C'est l'occasion pour moi ici de faire l'état des lieux de la signature et de la ratification des protocoles en indiquant les avancées depuis mon dernier rapport d'intercession, donc la période du 20 octobre 2022 à avril 2023. S'agissant du protocole sur les personnes âgées, trois autres États parties, à savoir le Mozambique, le Niger et Sao Tomé et Principe, ont signé. Le Mozambique a ratifié le 23 janvier 2023. Le Niger a ratifié également le 24 janvier 2023 et a déposé ses instruments le 27 mars 2023. Sao Tomé a signé le 16 février 2023. Ces avancées portent au nombre de 11 le nombre de ratifications. J'entends par là dépôt d'instruments de ratification sur 24 signatures. Vous comprenez avec moi qu'il suffirait que 4 États parties ratifient et déposent effectivement leurs instruments de ratification pour que le protocole sur les personnes âgées entre en vigueur. En ce qui concerne le protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées, du mouvement a été également constaté au niveau de 4 États parties, qui sont le Mozambique, qui a déposé ses instruments de ratification le 23 janvier 2023, le Nigeria, qui a signé le 13 février 2023, le Niger, qui a ratifié le 24 janvier et a déposé, comme je l'ai dit, le 27 mars 2023, l'Afrique du Sud, qui a ratifié le 1er février et a déposé ses instruments le 6 mars 2023. Ainsi, pour le protocole des personnes handicapées, nous enregistrons 8 ratifications et nous avons 15 signatures. Il nous reste donc 7 ratifications et dépôts effectifs pour que ce protocole entre en vigueur. Je voudrais féliciter les États et les parties prenantes qui ont permis ces gains. Ce décompte démontre combien nous sommes proches de ce moment historique d'entrée en vigueur de ces traités. Ce d'autant plus que pour chacun de ces 2 protocoles, 15 États parties au moins ont apposé leur signature, exprimant ainsi leur acceptation de principe de ces traités et de leur contenu. C'est pourquoi j'en appelle à une synergie revigorée autour de cet objectif. Je veux croire fermement que cette année 2023 sera celle de l'entrée en vigueur de ces 2 protocoles. J'espère que vous ne me ferez pas mentir. Je saisis ainsi cette occasion pour exhorter les autres États partis à la charte de finaliser leur engagement pris par la position de leur signature et de concrétiser leur volonté ainsi exprimée. Il faut franchir le pas. En effet, il est démontré dans le projet de rapport initial sur lequel mon mécanisme travaille depuis 1 an que la plupart des États, des pays sont bien avancés sur la promotion et la protection des droits de ces 2 groupes vulnérables. La ratification de ces protocoles spécifiques ne viendra que consolider les efforts déjà en cours en faveur des groupes vulnérables concernés et démontrer que l'Afrique honore ses aînés. À côté de ces 2 panels,
Madame Aboumoupé, il vous reste moins de 5 minutes.
Merci. J'ai participé à d'autres organisations. Je voudrais, comme il ne me reste plus beaucoup de temps, aller directement à l'état de la situation dans les pays où je suis rapporteur. Alors, s'agissant de ces pays, je vais commencer par l'Angola. L'Angola. Sur le plan de la protection générale des droits de l'homme, la situation est revenue au calme après les incidents des élections de 2022, tel que rapporté dans mon précédent rapport. Ainsi, je suis les développements concernant la situation du citoyen angolais Eugenio Quintas, qui serait détenu avec sa famille par les autorités de l'immigration au Mozambique. Ce dernier aurait fui vers ce pays en alléguant des persécutions subies du fait qu'il avait dénoncé l'implication d'autorités dans le trafic de drogue en Angola. Je suis certaine que les autorités des 2 pays trouveront une solution conforme au respect des droits humains à cette situation. J'évoque ici également les déclarations de son Excellence M. Marci Lopez, ministre de la Justice et des Droits de l'Homme de l'Angola, devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Vous trouverez ça dans le rapport lorsqu'il sera publié sur le site. S'agissant des droits sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, excusez-moi, la République d'Angola a ratifié et signé les 2 protocoles et a déposé les instruments. S'agissant de la République du Burundi, sur le plan de la protection générale des États des droits de l'homme, comme indiqué, le suivi de la situation générale des droits de l'homme au Burundi a connu une intensité particulière avec des échanges et contacts au niveau des différentes parties prenantes. Il ressort de cet état que le fait que le Burundi rencontre de nombreux défis en matière de protection des droits humains, surtout en dépit de la calmie générale observée après la survenance d'un nouveau gouvernement et son ouverture proclamée aux partenaires extérieurs. Plusieurs défenseurs des droits humains ont été arrêtés et maintenus en détention depuis le 14 février 2023. Un des facteurs aggravants de la détention se révélerait être les conditions carcérales alléguées incompatibles avec les exigences standards en la matière. Par ailleurs, le climat de terreur qui avait prévalu aux heures chaudes de la crise et du conflit de 2015 semblerait ressurgir avec la découverte de temps à autre de corps mutilés à des endroits du pays, des allégations d'enlèvement, de torture par les forces de sécurité avec l'aide active de la jeunesse du parti au pouvoir. Il s'agirait aussi de l'implication formelle et informelle des forces sécuritaires du pays dans le conflit en RDC. Au moment où le pays a son 4e cycle de l'examen périodique universel, il est important que ce mécanisme puisse servir de levier et de catalyseur au changement positif recherché par toutes les parties. C'est le lieu de réitérer le plaidoyer auprès des autorités burundaises afin que nous puissions effectuer une mission de promotion. Le Burundi a ratifié les protocoles relatifs aux droits des personnes âgées et personnes handicapées et a déposé les instruments le 4 juillet 2022. S'agissant de la République du Congo, elle présente une situation relativement calme en matière de droits humains, comme dans tous les pays où il y a absence de crise sécuritaire ou autre. Cependant, des informations recueillies auprès d'acteurs sur le terrain font ressortir des allégations de violation de droits de l'homme qui s'opéreraient dans le silence et sans que les mécanismes de contre-pouvoir, sanctions puissent fonctionner. Les sujets de préoccupation les plus saillants seraient la prévalence de l'impunité, la disparition forcée, les restrictions des libertés, etc. Il est donc plus que jamais nécessaire de travailler à accorder à la Commission une mission de promotion sur le terrain afin d'établir la réalité des faits. Pour rappel, la République du Congo n'a pas signé le protocole relatif aux droits des personnes âgées, ni celui relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées. Je réitère donc mon appel à l'endroit de ce pays aux fins de ratification. S'agissant de la République démocratique du Congo, le rapporteur que je suis est attentif au développement sur les droits de l'homme dans ce pays, continue de recevoir des informations faisant état d'actes gravement en défaveur de l'effectivité des droits humains, du fait notamment de la situation sécuritaire et de certaines négligences relatives à la navigation sur les cours d'eau. Il s'agit en particulier des victimes occasionnées par le conflit avec la rébellion de M23 et la difficulté de l'État de la RDC, malgré ses efforts coordonnés avec les pays de la région, de mettre fin aux attaques perpétrées à grande échelle sur les populations civiles. Le communiqué de presse que j'ai émis en décembre 2022 traite de cette question qui perdure malheureusement. Il y a lieu de trouver une approche holistique et ferme à cette grave crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dans cette partie est de la RDC. Et je réitère ici mon appel aux groupes armés à mettre immédiatement fin à toute forme de violence et à participer enfin et sans condition au programme de désarmement, démobilisation, relèvement communautaire et stabilisation. Évidemment, une mission de promotion serait la bienvenue. Le Congo, la République démocratique du Congo n'a pas signé le protocole relatif aux droits des personnes âgées, ni celui relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées. En ce qui concerne le Gabon, je voudrais quand même commencer ici par présenter mes condoléances à ce pays pour la disparition de l'ex-ministre des Affaires étrangères qui a disparu le 20 janvier 2023 en plein exercice de ses fonctions d'alors. Nous étions en plein préparatif de la mission de promotion qui avait été accordée à la Commission par ce pays. Je veux croire que les autorités vont reprendre la suite de ces pourparlers afin que nous puissions effectuer cette mission. Encore une fois, mes condoléances à ce pays. J'évoque rapidement les incidents suite au naufrage du 9 mars 2023 qui a coûté la vie à 29 personnes. Pour arriver aux droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, pour indiquer que le Gabon a signé les 2 protocoles relatifs. Et aussi, je prie les autorités de bien vouloir procéder à la ratification. À la suite de ce rapport, je voudrais faire certaines recommandations aux États membres de l'Union africaine et aux partis. Je leur recommande de vivement ratifier, pour ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, les 2 protocoles, de bien vouloir répondre favorablement aux invitations qui leur parviendront pour la participation au webinaire du groupe de travail, de bien vouloir contribuer au rapport initial sur la situation des droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, et de bien vouloir, s'agissant des pays pour lesquels je suis rapporteur, donner leur version de la lecture des analyses que nous avons faites pour que nous puissions travailler en étroite collaboration afin d'améliorer éventuellement leurs performances en droits humains. À l'Union africaine, je recommande très respectueusement de doter effectivement la Commission du budget suffisant lui permettant d'accomplir efficacement sa mission et de remplir son mandat. Quant aux bailleurs de fonds, je voudrais les prier de bien vouloir intensifier leur soutien multiforme à la Commission dans l'exécution effective de son mandat pour la réalisation de l'Afrique que nous voulons. En conclusion, je tiens ici à remercier toutes les personnes et structures qui ne ménagent aucun effort pour accompagner le groupe de travail dans la mise en œuvre de son mandat particulier, avec une mention spéciale pour Bruno Menzan, le fonctionnaire juriste qui m'appuie, me suit et parfois me précède dans les idées afin de faire avancer le mandat du groupe de travail. J'exhorte toutes ces personnes à continuer dans cet esprit de collaboration pour l'atteinte de notre objectif commun, qui est la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Madame le Président, je vous présente mes excuses pour avoir débordé le temps qui m'était imparti.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Aboumou. Vous avez pris 2 minutes de plus. Merci pour la présentation de ce rapport. Alors, je n'ai aucune demande de prise de parole à la suite de la présentation de votre rapport. Pas d'État inscrit, pas d'Institution nationale des droits de l'homme, et également pas d'organisation de la société civile. Je vous redonne quand même la parole si vous voulez. Non, je pense que ce ne sera pas nécessaire. D'accord, merci. Alors, nous avons encore le temps d'avoir un 3e rapport Il s'agit de la présentation du rapport d'activité et d'intercession de l'honorable commissaire Mutfort Zakaria Mandenga, en sa qualité tout d'abord de président du groupe de travail sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Monsieur Mandenga, vous avez 15 minutes, j'irai jusqu'à 18 minutes. Merci.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and distinguished delegates. I have the distinct honor of presenting my activity report as a member of the Commission and the Vice Chair of the working group on which Commissioner Bomo has just delivered the report, and as well as Chairperson of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights. The report, distinguished delegates, is submitted in accordance with Rule 25.3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedure 2020 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and covers activities which I undertook during the intercession period between the 73rd and 75th ordinary sessions of the Commission. The report, the main covers activities I undertook as a member of the Commission, as I've already stated, and as Commissioner Rapporteur responsible for monitoring human rights situations in Ethiopia, Liberia, Malawi, Rwanda, and Uganda, as well as the chairperson of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights. I won't go into the parts, but suffice to say that it's divided into 3 sections. The first section deals with the introduction, which I'm going to skip. The second session deals with the intercession activities. Number 1, the one that relates to contributions to the ordinary and extraordinary sessions of the Commission. 73rd ordinary session from the 21st October to the 10th November 2022. I participated in the 73rd ordinary session of the Commission, which was held here in Banjul. I did take part in the activities that took place at that particular session. Then I did also attend to the 36th extraordinary session of the Commission, which was held on the 9th January 2023. And I also took part in the discussions, and whereat the annual plan was adopted to guide the execution of the Commission's mandate in 2023, as well as resolutions as a follow-up to what happened at the 73rd ordinary session. Then I also took part in the 74th ordinary session of the Commission, which took place from the 14th to the 28th February 2023. Most of the details which were dealt with are also contained in the final communique of the 73rd ordinary session, 36th ordinary session, as well as the 74th ordinary session, which are available on the Commission's website. You are invited to have a look at them if you so wish. Then country monitoring, distinguished delegates, I wish to mention the fact that I was involved in the issuance of letters of urgent appeal, concern, and commendation. In accordance with the Commission's mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter, the Commission has an important role in the implementation, monitoring, and assessment in respect of provisions of the African Charter. And in this regard, members of the Commission have a responsibility to monitor the situation of human rights in countries and address concerns as appropriate. In doing so, states parties and other stakeholders are encouraged to cooperate and consult the country rapporteurs of the Commission in the design, planning, implementation, and review of human rights mandates in their country. In line with this mandate, I monitored the situation in a number of the countries which I've listed earlier. But more importantly, I wish to state that on the 8th December 2022, as country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, together with the special rapporteur on the freedom of expression and access to information in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Topsy Sono, we sent a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, regarding the alleged internet shutdown and information controls in the Tigray region. Reportedly, the continued presence of some security forces and militia, of their continuing abuses on civilians, and of the internet shutdown persisting in the Tigray region of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Needless to mention that the reports further indicated that since the conflict began in 2020, there has been deliberate and sustained internet and telecommunications shutdown to censor and control information. In view of the concerns expressed and reaffirming the rights and freedoms enshrined in the African Charter, we respectively urge the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to carry out independent and impartial investigations. The allegations of the internet shutdown and information control, and also to ensure immediate and unconditional restoration of internet access in the Tigray, Amhara, and Afar regions, and also to allow and encourage free and unencumbered flow of information, both online, offline, in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We also urge the states to adopt legislative and other measures to give effect to Article 9 of the African Charter as read with Principles 5 and 38 of the Declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, I should mention that we are yet to receive a response from the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We also did send a joint letter of urgent appeal to the Republic of Zambia on the 5th March 2023 in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, together with Commissioner Rapporteur on Human Rights Situation in the Republic of Zambia, the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa, and the chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment, and Human Rights Violations, and the chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, Communities, and Minorities in Africa. We sent a joint letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, regarding the allegations of forced eviction of Kansime community in Mongu district of Zambia. Distinguished guests, you may wish to note that according to the information reaching the Commission, community members living in that Kansima, Mongu districts, which they've stayed in since 2018, and have been forcibly evicted by armed police, which is part of the state's law enforcement system. In view of the concerns expressed and reaffirming the rights and freedoms of individuals and peoples enshrined in the African Charter, we respectively urged the Republic of Zambia provide urgent medical treatment, psychosocial and material support, and temporary alternative accommodation to the displaced persons. And also we requested the government of Zambia to review and if proven unlawful to revoke the alienation of communal land in Kansimi and allow the displaced persons to return to their lands. And again, where we say that where restitution is not possible, provide alternative land and accommodation, and also to provide full, effective, fair, and adequate compensation to the affected persons. And lastly, but not the least, to ensure that the affected members of the community are informed, consulted, included, and provides their consent to the water extraction project and to any compensation and resettlement plans. The government of the Republic of Zambia, ladies and gentlemen, is yet to respond to our letter of urgent appeal. We also did a joint letter of commendation to the Republic of Uganda, that is on the 10th January 2023, in my capacity as a country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Uganda, together with the special rapporteur on the freedom of expression and access to information in Africa, Honorable Topsy Sono. We sent a letter of commendation to His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, regarding the recent removal by the Ugandan Constitutional Court of a section of the Computer Misuse Act of 2011, which made it an offense for anyone to use electronic communication to disturb or attempt to disturb the peace, quiet, or rights of privacy of any person with no purpose of legitimate communication, and thereby curtailed the freedom of speech. We did commend His Excellency in the Republic of Zambia for taking this important step, which in our view is a positive move of the government towards the improvement of the status of human rights. The letter also indicated that by removing the section of internet law, which restricted freedom of expression, His Excellency sent a very strong message that the government of Uganda is committed to ensure that Ugandans and its residents enjoy all the benefits inherent in adhering to the principles of human and people's rights and freedoms contained in the declarations, conventions, and other instruments adopted by the African Union and the United Nations. We also did a letter of concern to the Republic of Uganda. On the 27th March 2023, in my capacity as country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Uganda, together with the chairperson of the working group on the death penalty, extrajudicial, arbitrary, or summary killings, and enforced disappearances in Africa, we sent a letter of concern regarding the passing of a bill inter alia imposing the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality. Information which reached the Commission had indicated that on the 22nd March 2023, members of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda passed a bill inter alia imposing death sentence on any person who is convicted for the offense of aggravated homosexuality. We expressed concern about the bill and recalled the obligation for all states parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to ensure respect to the right to life. We also recalled that the Commission has widely and on diverse occasions insisted on the paramount importance of the right to life as a fundamental right without which all rights cannot be realized. In the light of the above, we called the government of the Republic of Uganda not to make or pass laws that impose the death penalty in cases including aggravated homosexuality, howsoever defined. That did not meet the above criteria, and in general to take all necessary measures to guarantee full respect for the right to life for all, regardless of the offense involved. There was also a press release on the death of more than 200 people in Malawi. On the 15th March 2023, as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa and Commissioner Rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Malawi, I issued a press release on the death of more than 200 people in Malawi caused by the devastating tropical cyclone Freddy, which ripped through the country for the second time in March 2023, causing extensive damage to infrastructure and homes, and as a consequence, power and communication in many affected areas were disrupted. The press release noted that reports indicated that an estimated 19,000 people have been displaced by the heavy rains that triggered floods and mudslides. The press release also commiserated with the leadership and the people of Malawi on the devastating event, which of course had a serious impact on the socio-economic livelihoods of the people in Malawi, especially those from the affected areas. On behalf of the Commission, I conveyed my condolences to all those who lost their loved ones by this tragic event and took the opportunity to renew the Commission's commitment to support the efforts of the Republic of Malawi to safeguard the socio-economic rights of the people by finding lasting solutions to economic, social, and cultural rights in Malawi. There was also a press statement on the passing away of Professor Azouz Kedum on the 17th January 2023 as chairperson on the Working Group on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights. I issued a press statement on the passing away of Professor Kedum on the 13th January 2023, who had recently been appointed as an expert member of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of the Commission. In addition to being a professor of international law, known and recognized throughout the region, the professor was among the circle of eminent experts who have contributed greatly to the promotion of human rights on the international arena, and particularly with regards to the economic, social, and cultural rights. I did extend our sincere condolences on behalf of the Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, to the family of the late professor. I now go into the activities in my capacity as Vice Chairperson of the Working Group on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. Suffice to say that I'm not going to go into details because my chairperson has dealt with this in greater detail, but I should confirm that I did participate in a panel to finalize the initial report on the situation of the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities in Africa. That was on the 28th October 2022. Then I also did participate in an advocacy panel on the ratification of the protocol on the ratification of the protocol on the rights of older persons and the protocol on the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa. Again, my chairperson has dealt with that. I won't go into the nitty-gritty, but to confirm that it took place on the 29th October 2022. I now wish to concern myself with the activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in Africa. To start with, I'll deal with the promotion and protection of ECOSOC's rights in Africa, one, through the strategic engagements during sessions of the Commission. During the 73rd ordinary session of the Commission, I presented a report which informed participants of the situation of the rights in Africa and received interventions from interested stakeholders and took notes of the matters requiring attention of the working group. I also had meetings on the margins of the session with partners and discussed possible areas of collaboration with the working group to fulfill its mandate. At the same session, I made a keynote address at the launch of the General Comment 7, which deals with the state's obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in the context of private provision of social services. This general comment, distinguished participants, is a key subsidiary instrument in terms of the African Charter that elucidates the state's obligations to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill all human rights within their territories and extraterritorially. I did also make a presentation on the panel on the Africa's theme of the year, nutrition, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security on the African continent. Then I now wish to address myself to the issue of orientation and planning of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights. On the 8th February, as chairperson of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights, I presided over the orientation and planning meeting of the working group, whose main objectives were to orientate the newly appointed expert members of the working group on the mandate of the Commission and to discuss and develop the work plan for 2023. The meeting was, must confirm, attended by members of the working group, expert members, as well as staff of the Secretariat. Needless to say that the working group for 2023, the annual plan for the 2023 was adopted during that particular meeting. Then I wish also to talk about strategic engagements with partners during intersession. There was a symposium on the contribution of the African human rights system, rights health.
You have only 3 minutes.
Very well. Then that was which was held on the 20th. Perhaps I can. Then there was also a side event on extreme inequality and social contracts in Africa, experience and challenges for an equal and just Africa, organized by Oxfam. It was held on the 16th February 2023. Then there was a virtual side event on multi-stakeholder dialogue on the role of partnership in framing new social contract to advance the rights to the social protection, which was held on the 25th February 2023. And there was also the Regional Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights Symposium, which was held from the 29th to the 31st March 2023, where I took part in South Africa. And we also attended the meeting with the United States mission to the African Union on the 11th April 2023. We also had a meeting with the World Health Organization on the 12th April 2023. Then we undertook an academic and learning visit to Georgetown University from the 17th to the 19th April 2023. And in terms of the situation on the human rights, we wish to state that during the intersession period, we monitored the economic, social, and cultural rights and states to the state parties to the Charter. There are quite a number of issues which we have noted, some of which are things to do with the climate change. We also noted the soaring inflation in most African countries, and then the resurgence of COVID-19 and the increase in cholera cases in African countries. And lastly, we do make some recommendations on the signature and ratification of subsidiary instruments. We request state parties to make effective use of general comment number 7 on the state's obligation, which I mentioned. We also wish states to take steps that are going to mitigate climate change. And maybe in conclusion, may I simply say that I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the members of the working group, expert members, and in the execution of our duties. I would like to extend profound appreciation to our partners for the support and call for continuous collaboration in promoting and protecting economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. Vice Chair, I thank you.
Merci, commissaire Mutfort Zakaria, pour la présentation de votre rapport. Alors, sans plus tarder, il nous reste encore quelques minutes. Il y a une demande de prise de parole par l'ONG Mat for Peace, Development and Human Rights. L'Éthiopie, oui.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I want to start by thanking Honorable Commissioner Mutfort Zakaria Mondanga for his comprehensive intersessional report. While we have noted the work he has done as a member of the Commission and as a country rapporteur responsible for monitoring human rights situation in Ethiopia, in addition to other countries, and as a chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, we will continue our engagement with him in the discharge of his responsibilities in his capacity, as well as the chair of the working group responsible for economic, social, and cultural rights. However, practice has shown that they are while these rights are really important among other rights, practice has shown that they are most often overlooked, all the more so for Ethiopia as a developing country. Economic, social, and cultural rights remain very important. However, in terms of implementation, there remains some challenge. The Ethiopian constitution gives due attention to the economic, social, and cultural rights. It has a standalone article on the right to development and the right to clean environment. The Ethiopian government also allocates 25% of its national budget for education and more than 15% to health. Food security is also a priority for the government. That's why our homegrown economic agenda and the Green Legacy agenda gives due attention to job creation and food security in Ethiopia. Having said that, we have noted in the intersessional report some issues related to Ethiopia, including the internet and telephone connectivity, violation of human rights owing to the conflict we had in the northern part of Ethiopia. As we'll try to indicate in our policy statement under agenda item 3 later during the day, we want to report the resumption or reconnection of services in conflict-affected areas. That has been the priority to the government. While the government remains high, while the government's commitment remains high, the damage to infrastructure and the enormity of the demand might have taken time to resume services in some of the remote areas. But generally, we are very happy to inform to Honorable Commissioner and the esteemed Commission that electricity, telecom, banking, transportation, both by air and land, has been reconnected as a matter of priority. With regard to the security situation, as per the peace agreement and the continued disarmament and demobilization process, the Ethiopian Defense Forces have been taking control of those areas that are mentioned in the report. As a result, there is very close coordination between the regional security forces and the Ethiopian National Defense Forces. The concerns that's been flagged by the Honorable Commissioner in the report are being addressed already. but we are always ready to address any concerns that Honorable Commissioner and the esteemed Commission might have in this regard and the situation of human rights in general. I thank you very much.
Merci, Excellence, pour votre déclaration. Je vais donc appeler à nouveau l'ONG Mat for Peace Development and Human Rights, Monsieur Bassam Sam Laïd. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? C'est bon?
Yes, Mat for Peace is here.
Yes, yes. Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We want also to thank Honorable Commissioner Mutford Zakaria for presenting his report. The March 23 rebel movement led to severe repercussions, humanitarian pressures, and human rights violations against civilians in DRC.
Excuse me.
Its clashes,
Pardon.
reprisals, and inhumane behavior.
Pardon, est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu plus fort pour les interprètes? Apparemment, ils ne nous entendent pas.
Insecurity in eastern countries, especially in North Kivu province. On March 29, the M23 looted and...
Je n'entends pas. Étoile. It's good. Très bien, allez-y, allez-y.
Can you hear me, Madam Vice President?
Yes, okay.
Madam Vice President, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. In this context, Mat for Peace wants to ask Honorable Commissioner Mutford Zakaria about.
Oui. Excuse me. Voilà. Étoile, est-ce que vous pouvez leur demander de ne pas utiliser le micro de l'ordinateur?
Might wants to ask about whether it's a working group provided means of technical support to Congolese government related to the right to housing or development, and if possible, we would like to know what is the available means of support or how they can enhance the means of resolving the crisis. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Merci. On n'a pas eu l'interprétation en français, peu importe. Donc, je crois qu'il n'y a pas d'autre prise de parole. Je vais redonner la parole au commissaire Mandenga pour répondre tout d'abord à la prise de parole de la représentante de la République fédérale d'Éthiopie et ensuite en ce qui concerne l'ONG Mat for Peace. Monsieur Mandenga, vous avez la parole.
Vice Chair, for the representative of Mat for Peace, unfortunately, I couldn't hear what she was talking about. But with respect to the intervention by the representative of the Ethiopian government, I take due note of the fact that she has indicated on behalf of the government that the government is ready and willing to collaborate with the African Commission. For us, that is the way it's supposed to be. And we, in as far as we're concerned as the African Commission, we also reaffirm our commitment to collaborating with the Ethiopian government insofar as human rights issues are concerned. It is our interest, as well as that of the state, to ensure that the promotion and protection of human rights is done in the country. Because at the end of the day, I think the situation in the country is going to improve. We do note the statement that there has been re-establishment of internet and communications and that kind of thing. to us, that is the way it's supposed to be, and we look forward to the completion of the process of ensuring that there is ease with which communication is done. Above all, in as far as we are concerned as the Human Rights Commission, we are interested in ensuring that at least the people of Ethiopia enjoy their rights, even the ones that relate to economic, social, and cultural rights. Whatever difficulties are there, we look forward to a situation where they are going to be overcome so that the citizens of Ethiopia will be in a position to enjoy their rights. Therefore, we do really look forward to working with the government of Ethiopia so that at least we can promote human rights in the situation. And I would call upon the government of Ethiopia not to hesitate in informing us about the situation which is happening on the ground, be it negative or positive, so that at least we can have an inside view from the government about the actual situation. We wouldn't want a situation always to be relying on other sources of income or of information, but the government of Ethiopia is free to get in touch with us, give us information from their perspective, so that we can have also a balanced position regarding the actual situation that is happening in the country. So the collaboration that you are talking about is something which we can cultivate and should cultivate, because at the end of the day, all of us are looking forward to ensuring that the human rights situation in Ethiopia is improved. That will be my response, Vice Chair.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Mandenga, pour ces réponses. Alors, je crois que nous sommes arrivés à la fin de l'examen d'une partie du point 5 relatif à la présentation des rapports d'activité des membres de la commission et des mécanismes spéciaux. Je remercie également au nom de toute la commission les 3 commissaires qui ont présenté leur rapport, et j'indique surtout le fait, ce qu'on appelle notamment la gestion du temps, puisqu'il est 13 heures pile, nous venons de terminer le segment de cette première matinée. Je remets la parole au président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la vice-présidente, pour la qualité de votre direction de ces 3 rapports que nous avons eus. Ceci nous conduit à la fin de notre avant-journée. Mais avant, je vais passer la parole au secrétariat à Madame Aminata, qui représente la secrétaire exécutive, pour qu'elle nous donne le communiqué pour cet après-midi. Madame Aminata.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Just a few announcements to say that next item that we'll be dealing with after lunch would be the human rights situation in Africa, item 3. This will commence when we come back for lunch at 3 p.m., 15 hours GMT. And registrations for taking of the floor and statements can be done at the reception at the foyer. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, on se voit cet après-midi et bon appétit. À 15 heures.
Attention, please. Attention, please. We would also like to indicate that there is another side event that is taking place. It's tagged lunchtime briefing on SGBV, sexual and gender-based violence in Somalia. It's going to take place from 1:10 p.m. to 2:20 p.m. in the press room number 3 of this conference center. It's being organized by the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, SIHA. We look forward to having you there. Thank you very much.
This
Microchip, I'll do it in microchip.
Bruno, okay.
One of the space.
Well, still.
One, two, testing. 1, 2. Mic check.
Bonjour à tous, bon après-midi à tous les participants. Nous sommes heureux de continuer les travaux qui étaient suspendus pour permettre aux gens de se sustenter. On va donc reprendre avec l'agenda numéro 3, la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent africain, ce qui nous conduira jusqu'à la fin de la journée d'aujourd'hui. Ainsi donc, comme nous avions promis hier, nous allons commencer par les États qui se sont inscrits à la rubrique Right to Reply. Et dans ce contexte, je voudrais appeler la délégation du Zimbabwe, Monsieur Tabani Mpofu. Il est Aide Special Anti-Corruption Union, il travaille là-bas. Et il interviendra, je pense, selon le document que j'ai, c'était virtuellement, mais je me rends compte qu'ils sont dans la salle. Hein. Ainsi donc, parce que si c'est écrit que vous allez intervenir virtuellement, c'est une erreur, parce que vous êtes présentement dans la salle. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes. Alors, je rappelle, la liste est trop grande. Nous allons revenir à notre système de lumière. Et quand la lumière est rouge, ça signifie que vous avez fini votre temps de parole et que ce n'est pas bien pour moi de vous arrêter. Vous allez vous-même conclure. Vous allez vous-même conclure. Vous avez donc la parole pour 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the Commission. First of all, I'd like to register my government's gratitude for being given the opportunity to respond. We are quite grateful. Yesterday, we had been told that it was 3 minutes. So the 2 extra minutes are welcome to us because charge sheet that I wish to respond to by my colleagues from the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights is quite long. Thank you very much. I will now move to the matters at hand. Lawyers for Human Rights presented yesterday, in terms of which various allegations were made about government. It is my duty here to set the record straight somewhat. As was highlighted by Mr. Godzi, the head of our delegation yesterday, my government continues to engage with all key stakeholders and not sparing this fruitful engagement at the ACHPR in order to strengthen human rights in my country. The first topic that I will deal with refers to allegations against the handling of the economy by my government. It is a human right, and we are expected to handle the economy in a manner that is beneficial to all citizens of my country. But on this score, I'm quite happy to quote another source other than the government, which has assessed the economic performance of our country under the tutelage of my government. I'm referring to none other than the World Bank. And let me just quote verbatim from the World Bank in their recent statement on Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has laid strong foundations, I quote, Zimbabwe has laid long foundations for accelerating future economic growth and improving the leading standards of its people. This is a comment made by the World Bank after a professional analysis of the performance of our government under the current leadership. This demonstrates how my government, through policies such as the National Development Strategy 1 of 2021 to 2025, is working towards key economic issues in order to attain the national vision of attaining an upper middle class society by 2030. The IMF also commented, Your Excellencies. The IMF reported that my country's economy recovered strongly in 2022 growing by a huge 6.1% due to increased agricultural productivity, high commodity prices, and improved capacity utilization in the manufacturing sector. Increased agricultural productivity has led to high yields of wheat, which last year attained a record of which had been standing for more than 50 years. And in the current season that we're looking at, there's a projection that high yields by farmers will again guarantee us a very good agricultural season. Now, I want to turn Your Excellencies to the oft-reported case of our PVO bill, which is raised in every forum that I've attended, including this one. And there is an observation that we make, which I would like to share with you. This current PVO bill, which is waiting for assent by the President, instead of being a subject for objective analysis, it has become a victim of misunderstanding and, regrettably, misinformation from many quarters. But let me attempt to put the record straight. First of all, the impression has been created for a government that is ran roughshod of this process and produced this bill. I want to indicate to you that there has been thorough and wide consultations by my government pertaining to this PVO bill. Your Excellencies, on the 17th of March, 2023, the President invited to State House representatives of CSOs, some of whom are here, to the State House, where there were deliberations in an atmosphere of cordiality pertaining to this PVO bill for a period of 3 hours. This is not an isolated situation. Consultations with PVOs has been occurring constantly, regularly, the highest office in my country since 2019. I would also like to highlight one aspect that has been overlooked by the critics of the PVO bill. Under the current regulatory landscape with the current act, the minister has unilateral powers to suspend a CSO. In the current regime that is being proposed, judicial oversight has been introduced. So in the current proposed bill, a minister has to approach the High Court before they can take action on any CSO whose actions they criticize. We were also referred, Your Excellencies, to the issue of settlements, where we were told that we were relocating persons in a manner that is not proper. This, of course, is untrue. The government has taken steps in all situations where relocations are done to ensure that those disadvantaged are compensated fairly. There was an issue raised about the Al Jazeera report, which appeared and seemed to indicate that there was rampant corruption in the country. Your Excellencies, if you just give me a final 30 seconds, let me. I will jump to the final issue, which I think is very important, 30 more seconds. There was an unfortunate mention of the Chinese in the report by ZLHR. This is unfortunate. There are millions of Africans of Asian origin in Africa. And we believe that the singling out of a single race for special criticism actually runs against the very ethos of why we are gathered here. We hope that the ZLHR takes time to reflect on this conduct and in future make presentations that don't seem to discriminate against any racial group. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to say that we've done a written response to this, which we filed. I could have gone on, but we will rely on the documents that we have submitted. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la délégation du Zimbabwe pour ces réponses, le droit à la réponse que vous avez effectué. Bien évidemment, nous avons pris bonne note de tous ces éléments que vous avez mis dans la note. Transmettez-nous la note au secrétariat. Le rapporteur pays, la commissaire Salanjai, se trouve actuellement en train de représenter la commission à Bruxelles au dialogue Union européenne, Union africaine. Nous lui transmettons cette note, mais en son nom, je voudrais vous demander de bien vouloir accorder une mission de promotion à la commission qui a demandé cela. Si c'est possible que vous restiez en contact avec le rapporteur pays, ça sera une bonne chose. Mais sinon, la note que vous avez transmise, que vous allez transmettre, nous allons prendre connaissance davantage avec le texte et la commissaire Salanjai restera en contact avec vous pour tous ces domaines que vous avez mis dans la note et on vous remercie. Il n'y a pas d'autres États qui ont demandé la parole au titre des droits de réponse. Nous allons donc passer aux États qui se sont enregistrés pour faire leur statement au titre de ce point 3 à l'ordre du jour. L'Afrique du Sud, je sais qu'elle est en attente, donc je ne vais pas les appeler. Lorsqu'ils seront prêts, qu'ils daignent bien le signaler au secrétariat pour que nous puissions les appeler. Je n'appelle pas non plus la délégation du Cameroun parce que son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre, qui devait faire cette déclaration n'est pas encore arrivé avec les horaires de vol qui sont compliqués. Il pourra prendre la parole lorsqu'il arrivera demain ou après-demain. Sans tarder, je voudrais inviter le gouvernement d'Éthiopie, son Excellence, Madame Yanit Abera Abtemariam, qui est actuellement députée ambassadeur, représentante permanente de la République fédérale démocratique d'Éthiopie auprès des Nations unies à Genève, et elle représente également ce pays auprès des institutions, des organisations internationales dans la même ville de Genève en Suisse. Elle a la parole pour 5 minutes pour que vous puissiez faire l'état de la situation des droits de l'homme dans votre pays et en Afrique en général. Vous avez la parole, Excellence.
Merci beaucoup. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Vice Chairperson and Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished delegates of the African Union member states, distinguished representatives of the national human rights institutions, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I want to join others who spoke before me in commending the way in which you are steering our deliberations. I assure you of my delegation's fullest support and cooperation in the effective discharge of your responsibilities. The Ethiopian delegation is delighted and feels honored to take part in this August gathering of the 75th session of the Commission, the second session for member states to meet in person since the outbreak of the COVID-19 epidemic. Mr. Chairperson, Ethiopia's effort to protect and promote human rights in the form of legal and policy framework, institutional reform, and administrative measures has continued during the intersession period as planned according to our reform agenda. The reform agenda has positively resulted in responsive governance system, democratic dispensation of citizens, reform of the justice sector, including through the work of the Judiciary Affairs Reform Task Force, the reform of our democratic institutions, including the National Human Rights Commission, the Ombudsman, the National Electoral Board, and both houses of our parliament, the implementation of Ethiopia's homegrown economic reform agenda, Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative, Ethiopia's digital economic agenda, the reform to improve financial and economic management as one aspect of our economic reform agenda will all no doubt contribute to the fulfillment of human rights and property of Ethiopians. Mr. Chairperson, since the last session of the Commission, there has been significant developments in the protection and promotion of human rights of Ethiopians, particularly in the aftermath of the conflict in the northern parts of Ethiopia. To this end, while reiterating the firm commitment of the government of Ethiopia to ensure peace and reconciliation, The Ethiopian delegation is delighted to report to this August gathering the good news that people of Ethiopia have indeed opted for peace and reconciliation. Through an African-led and African-owned process, the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities was signed in Pretoria, the Republic of South Africa, on 2nd of November 2022. In accordance with this peace agreement and with the firm political commitment of the government of Ethiopia, a new trajectory for an inclusive and comprehensive national transitional justice policy centered on accountability, truth seeking, redress for victims, and reconciliation and healing has commenced. It is expected to comprehensively address the grave human rights and humanitarian law violations and prevent future recurrence in line with the Constitution of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the African Union's 2019 Transitional Justice Policy. Accordingly, a national consultation process is being undertaken in all parts of Ethiopia, including in the Tigray regional state, where an inclusive interim administration has been established in accordance with the Pretoria Peace Agreement. The government has established the National Rehabilitation Commission to rehabilitate citizens who will disarm and enable them to lead normal civil life in line with the disarmament, demobilization, and rehabilitation aspect of the peace agreement. The Commission is in the process of developing national demobilization and reintegration program. The Commission has also been conducting several consultations in different regions of the country on this program and to fulfill its mandates. The Commission has also conducted consultation with UN agencies and other partners as well. It is expected that the national program would support demobilization and reintegration of up to 250,000 beneficiaries and will be implemented in several parts of the country, making an important contribution to national efforts to consolidate peace and promote stability. Upon the request by the government of Ethiopia, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission are expected to deploy joint human rights monitors in the parts of the country affected by the conflict and provide support in the design and implementation of a transitional justice mechanism that meets all international standards. In addition, the African Union monitoring, verification, and compliance mechanism was deployed into areas affected by the conflict, aimed at assessing the implementation of cessation of hostilities agreements. This is a clear demonstration of our commitment to improving the human rights situation in Ethiopia and our willingness to work with the international human rights system to advance the cause of human rights and respect the principle of complementarity. Mr. Chairperson, as stated earlier, consultations on policy options for transitional justice in Ethiopia with a broad range of key stakeholders and representation from all sections of the society is being undertaken. The document aims at boosting public consensus on developing a holistic transitional justice framework that fits the country's current realities and socio-political context, and ensures the centrality of key stakeholders in the consultation process. This transitional policy document comprises three main parts. The first part examines the history of transitional justice in Ethiopia and its relevance to current situation. The second part presents an analysis of the alternative options on a wide range of mechanisms for the pursuit of transitional justice in Ethiopia. The third part examines and proposes a range of institutional arrangements to implement transitional justice mechanism in Ethiopia. The policy document recognizes that previous experiences in Ethiopia had not been focused on truth finding, reconciliation, redress, and the creation of national consensus, and provides a thoroughly elaboration of possible modalities and approaches appropriate to Ethiopia's context to transitional justice mechanism. In this regard, I just wanted to underscore that prosecution, truth-seeking, reconciliation, amnesty, reparation, and institutional reform are presented as policy alternatives. The temporal scope of the process of the role of subnational administrations and transitional justice systems are also considered. Thus far, there are ongoing initiatives to implement some of this transitional justice mechanism. The start of the political dialogue between conflicting parties and among civil society groups to find lasting solutions to the underlying political differences are initial measures. The Ethiopian National Dialogue Commission, which is established by the Ethiopian Parliament to facilitate inclusive national dialogue among various segments of the society, has continued its work. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, I just want to conclude by reaffirming the commitment of the government of Ethiopia to redouble its efforts to collaborate with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in the protection and promotion of the human rights. In particular, we rely upon the goodwill and support of this August Commission and its members as we endeavor to design and implement a transitional policy that meets pertinent international standards and takes into account Ethiopia's realities. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur. Nous avons pris bonne note de tout ce que vous nous avez dit. La Commission est informée effectivement qu'un accord de paix a été signé à Pretoria depuis lors et qu'on est dans une phase de justice transitionnelle pour pouvoir aboutir à des réparations des victimes et surtout la réconciliation entre les fils de l'Éthiopie, du nord, du sud, de l'est et de l'ouest, ce qui est une bonne nouvelle. Même les consultations nationales dont vous parlez participent des dialogues politiques. Il est tout à fait normal dans un pays après la guerre qu'on parle de désarmement, démobilisation et réinsertion à la vie civile. Vous pouvez compter sur notre organe. Nous avons bien compris ce que vous avez dit. Vous demandez la bonne volonté ainsi que le soutien de cette institution pour tout ce qui se passe en Éthiopie. Nous avons pris bonne note de cela et nous sommes prêts à travailler avec vous pour qu'on ait une Éthiopie de paix, parce que l'Éthiopie, c'est la capitale de l'Afrique et nous devons tous travailler pour que l'Éthiopie soit en paix. J'allais dire, l'Addis Abeba, c'est la capitale de l'Afrique. Nous sommes prêts à travailler avec vous, avec votre gouvernement pour cela. Merci beaucoup. Vous nous laisserez ces statements. On en aura besoin, le rapporteur pays Mwandenga, ainsi que nous-mêmes, nous en aurons besoin pour l'exploiter encore davantage et tirer la substance nécessaire qui nous permet d'avancer. Ça va? Merci beaucoup, madame. Ceci dit, la liste des États est terminée avec l'Éthiopie. Je voudrais maintenant appeler les organes de l'Union africaine qui ont un mandat sur les questions liées aux droits de l'homme. Est-ce que le délégué du Pan-African Parliament est là? Pan-African Parliament. Est-ce qu'il est là? C'est l'honorable Mohamed Saleh Ahmad Kayar. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Veillez la lumière, hein. Quand elle est jaune, ça signifie vraiment que vous avez fini votre temps. Vient rouge plutôt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honorable Monsieur le Président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, Mesdames et Messieurs, qualité, tout protocole observé. C'est à la fois un honneur et un privilège pour moi d'être avec vous, représentant ainsi le président du Parlement panafricain, son Excellence, chef Fortune Chirombira, qui tenait jusqu'à la dernière minute à prendre part à cette importante rencontre, mais son agenda très chargé ne lui a pas permis d'être là. C'est pourquoi il m'a fait l'insigne honneur à cette 75e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi au prime abord de m'acquitter d'un devoir de vous transmettre les salutations fraternelles et les encouragements de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président, et de vous remercier ainsi qu'à votre équipe qui vous accompagne dans l'accomplissement des tâches pour la protection et la promotion des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. L'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, suivie de la mise en place de la création de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, n'est pas le fait du hasard, mais obéit à un impératif qui est non seulement de trouver des solutions à la question des droits de l'homme en Afrique, mais aussi et surtout de prévenir tout droit des citoyens africains susceptibles d'être violés. C'est dire que la paix, la sécurité et le développement dépendent du respect scrupuleux des droits de tout un chacun. C'est dans ce contexte que le Parlement panafricain organise des ateliers de sensibilisation avec des différents acteurs sur la nécessité de la signature, de la ratification des différents instruments juridiques relatifs à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples en Afrique, adopte des résolutions ainsi que des lois types sur la protection et la promotion des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Nous sommes invités, Monsieur le Président, en tant qu'institution dans le cadre de la collaboration interinstitutionnelle entre les organes de l'Union africaine, ayant pour mandat la protection et la promotion des droits de l'homme en Afrique. À ce sujet, le Parlement panafricain et la Commission ont entrepris et préparé un mémorandum d'entente. Les deux institutions font partie de l'architecture africaine de gouvernance et à ce titre, elles sont appelées à collaborer étroitement. Le Parlement panafricain, organe législatif de notre continent qui a également fait la protection et la promotion des droits de l'homme l'un de ses sujets phares, s'attelle à l'adoption de résolutions et de lois types visant à la protection des droits de tous les citoyens et dans tous les domaines. Monsieur le Président, malgré les insuffisances constatées ça et là, il faut reconnaître aujourd'hui qu'il y a une avancée significative grâce aux efforts conjugués de tous les acteurs impliqués dans la lutte pour la promotion des droits de l'homme. C'est dans votre actif, Monsieur le Commissaire. Le Parlement panafricain, par sa présence, veut vous rassurer de sa disponibilité et de son soutien pour cette lutte commune que vous menez sans relâche pour le bien-être de notre cher et beau continent, longtemps meurtri. Par ailleurs, le Parlement panafricain exhorte tous les acteurs à se joindre à la Commission pour faciliter le travail de celle-ci dans la mise en œuvre de la Charte pour un continent paisible, sécurisé et prospère. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans dire merci au gouvernement et au peuple gambien pour l'hospitalité légendaire. Bravo à vous, Monsieur le Président, et à votre équipe pour l'organisation réussie et le travail bien fait. Merci à vous tous pour votre aimable attention. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, honorable, pour ces mots gentils à l'endroit de notre organe. Nous prenons bonne note de votre soutien. Vous et nous avons des missions qui se recoupent, notamment des missions en termes de promotion des droits de l'homme et même en termes de normes qu'il faut proposer à l'Afrique. Et c'est avec plaisir que nous continuerons toujours à collaborer avec vous pour l'avenir. Merci beaucoup. Et transmettez aussi nos salutations lorsque vous allez rentrer, Père honorable, au président du Parlement panafricain et les amitiés de tous les commissaires à tous les honorables parlementaires qui sont en Afrique du Sud. Merci beaucoup. Je vais maintenant appeler African Union Commission Office of Youth Envoy et Tumba Smith. Est-ce que... Etienne? They are online or not? They are not online. Je vais ouvrir la liste des NHRIs. J'appelle Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Est-ce qu'ils sont là? Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, you have
I'm just checking. Okay.
5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioner Remy Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner Mutford Mutwanga, Country Rapporteur for the Human Rights Situation in Ethiopia, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission is pleased to present this statement on the human rights situation of Ethiopia during this 75th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It's an honor for me to address you as one of the commissioners from the Commission. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to highlight some of the key positive developments during the reporting period. Firstly, cessation of hostilities, restoration of basic services, and disarmament. The peace agreement signed between the federal government and the Tigray People's Liberation Front on 2nd November 22 ended the 2 years long conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia. During the reporting period, essential services such as telecommunications, internet, electricity, water, and banking services were partially restored in the Tigray region. However, education, particularly at the elementary and secondary level, and health services are yet to be fully restored. A National Rehabilitation Commission was also established to coordinate the process of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of forced combatants from Tigray, neighboring regions, and other parts of Ethiopia. It has already conducted consultations in Tigray and has since been working in other regions of Ethiopia, which the Commission is closely following. Following the recommendations of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights joint investigation report on transitional justice and strong advocacy by the two institutions on the need for genuine, participatory, contextualized, and human rights compliant transitional justice policy in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government decided to adopt and implement a transitional justice policy. Moreover, following the development of a green paper on transitional justice, nationwide public consultations on the policy options were also launched in March 2030. Our Commission continues its advocacy and monitoring work to ensure the applicable regional and international principles and human rights standards, such as meaningful participation and victim-centeredness, are integrated in the design and implementation of the policy. In this regard, between July 2022 and March 2023, the two institutions jointly organized 15 community consultations on transitional justice with over 800 conflict-affected individuals in several regions of Ethiopia, and published a joint advisory note based on their key preliminary findings and recommendations, which presented the views, aspirations, and priorities of affected communities on transitional justice. With respect to accountability, our Commission has noted some encouraging examples of measures taken by the government. In March 2023, the Gambela Regional State arrested 13 suspected security and police officers, including senior regional officials, as part of investigations into the extrajudicial killings of over 50 civilians in June 2022. There have also been accountability measures taken in police stations in Addis Ababa for human rights violations such as torture and ill treatment. The rights of IDPs, with respect to the rights of IDPs, the development of a draft proclamation for the protection and assistance of IDPs in Ethiopia is a positive development, and our Commission continues to follow up for a timely adoption of the implementation of the draft proclamation. Similarly, the adoption of a national digital ID proclamation by the Parliament is also useful, and it could contribute positively to the reintegration and documentation of IDPs. On the right to health, the government recently adopted a community-based health insurance proclamation, which which is expected to ensure access to equitable, quality, and sustainable health services to accelerate the move towards universal health coverage. In relation to Ethiopia's compliance with its reporting obligations, the government of Ethiopia presented its report and held constructive engagements with the UN Human Rights Committee on the implementation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It has also submitted its reply to list of issues by the UN Committee Against Torture. And the state has committed to hold constructive engagements with both the committees. The state is also in the process of drafting a report on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which it undertook to submit to the African Commission in 2023. Our commission will continue to monitor developments in this regard. In particular, our commission also submitted alternative reports to both the UN Human Rights Committee and the Committee Against Torture on Ethiopia's implementation under these two conventions and continued constructive engagements with the committees. Honorable Chairperson, there have also been some concerning developments during the reporting period. One is violation of the right to life and civilian displacement. Members of armed groups such as the Oromo Liberation Army, commonly known as OLF-Sheni, have been implicated in the abduction, killings, and displacement of civilians and destruction of civilian property, notably an attack on IDP sites in Oromia in February 2023, which resulted in the deaths of at least 50 civilians. Members of the state security have also been implicated in acts of killings and abuse of civilians, particularly persons which they accuse of cooperation with the OLF-Sheni. With respect to persons with disability, the rights of persons with disabilities and older persons, the implementation period for the National Action Plan for the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with Disabilities has ended, but these plans have not yet been replaced. It's also difficult to adequately identify measures taken by the government to fulfill its obligation under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as Ethiopia has two overdue reports. With respect to the rights of IDPs, despite legal and institutional frameworks which have been put in place for the protection of IDPs, there is still a legal protection gap for IDPs. Moreover, the absence of a specific government institution with clear mandate to address the needs of IDPs at all stages of displacement, including at the post-displacement phase, has affected durable solution efforts. Lack of registration and legal documentation of IDPs is also a challenge encountered by IDPs across Ethiopia. Unlawful detention and freedom of expression.
S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez conclure. Vous avez dépassé les 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, in view of the identified concerns, the HRC presents the following recommendations. Some of our concerns which I have not addressed are reflected in our full statement, so I will go to the recommendations. We call upon the government of Ethiopia to take the necessary measures to hold accountable armed groups or state security forces implicated in the killings and injuries of civilians, and to support victims and families of victims.
Merci, Alba. Vous avez fait 8 minutes, c'est plus que même un État. 8 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais appeler le Comité national des droits de l'homme du Cameroun, le professeur James Mwangwe-Kobila. Vous avez 5 minutes. Veuillez chronométrer vous-même pour éviter que je ne puisse vous couper la parole. Mais surveillez aussi la lumière quand elle est rouge, ça signifie que vous êtes vraiment au feu rouge. Il y a des micros qui sont possibles ici devant.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour l'honneur qui est fait à la Commission des droits de l'homme du Cameroun. Mais je voudrais implorer votre indulgence pour que nous prononcions plutôt notre déclaration dans les jours qui suivent.
Nous prenons bonne note, mais il faut le faire au secrétariat avant. Vous vous étiez fait inscrire. C'est pour ça qu'on vous a appelé. On prend bonne note de ce que vous n'êtes pas capable de le faire maintenant. Ça va? Merci. Je vais appeler le CNIDH du Burundi. C'est Madame Consolate Abimana qui est la vice-présidente. Madame Consolate Abimana. Est-ce que vous êtes là? Elle n'est pas dans la salle. Je vais appeler le CNDH Mali sur Internet. Étoile? Étoile, CNDH Mali. Monsieur Agibou Boiré, le président, est-ce qu'ils sont en ligne? On passe. La Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance de Tanzanie. Étoile. J'appelle Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Mademoiselle Roselyne Odede, la chairperson, online. J'appelle le Conseil national des droits de l'homme d'Algérie, en ligne aussi, c'est Abdelmajid Zalani. Abdelmajid Zalani. Il n'est pas là. J'appelle également la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire, M. Sekou Tidjane Amadou Traoré. Sekou Tidjane Amadou Traoré. Je continue sur la liste. Transformation Resource Center. C'est Mokitimi Tsosane, NGO. Il doit être dans la salle et c'est confirmé.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
On a dit que vous êtes dans la salle. Si vous êtes en ligne, OK. 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, State Party representatives, fellow civil society representatives, honored participants. Honorable Chairperson, this statement covers human rights issues around computer crimes and cybersecurity bill, constitutional reforms, torture and ill treatment, right to development, establishment of the Disability Advisory Council and funding of the judiciary. Part one, we're dealing with Human Rights Commission. As we celebrate the 30 years of the democratic constitution, it is with great concern that there is lacking in our midst the computer crimes and cybersecurity bill, which has elements that justify overreach of enforcement power, suffocating the very essence of a responsive democracy, freedom of expression and speech, and the right to be free from intrusions and interference by the state and other deriving from the right to privacy. In the bill, the government risks excluding the general public from the greater information society. Our recommendations are that we urge the Commission to encourage the government of Lesotho to review and rework the bill, considering all comments received from all stakeholders. We recommend that ensure that the sections meant to undermine.
Mr. Tsosane,
yes.
Can you speak close to the mic, please? Because,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. The other recommendation that we have is that there's need to ensure that sections meant to undermine the rights to privacy, freedom from arbitrary search and seizure of property, freedom of expression and access to information, and right to a fair trial be deleted entirely, as they have the potential to shrink the civic, media, and political spaces. lastly, ensure that the cyber security regulation is informed by the revised principles of the Commission ACHPR Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, which recognizes the internet as a right. It is also important to ensure that the cyber bill complies with the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, the Malabo Convention. We are also dealing with the issue of torture and ill treatment. It is noted that in as much as there's huge reduction in cases of police brutality, there are still outstanding investigations and prosecution of incidences of torture and ill treatment. For example, we've had residents from mining areas in Gao who were tortured. There were 56 of them. Last year, we had about 46 residents from the area affected by the building of dams, where police tortured 46 residents, including the chief. So under the section 4.1 and 8.1 of the Constitution of Lesotho, any form of inhuman treatment and torture is prohibited. Therefore, we request the Commission to remind the government of Lesotho that it has a duty under international law to take effective legislative, administrative, judicial, and other measures to prevent acts of torture and other ill treatment. Therefore, TRC requests the Commission to reiterate to member states that there is a duty to investigate and prosecute acts of torture and inhuman treatment. Thirdly, we deal with the use of force against protesters. In this section, we're dealing with protesters from the National University of Lesotho, from whence a student was shot and other protesters were beaten. On 7 February 2023, the Office of the Ombudsman issued a report on ongoing motion investigation into the strike, into the students against the National Manpower Secretariat and violent action by the Lesotho Mounted Police. That report is out, and among other things, the report highlights that the incidents of inhuman treatment are substantiated and there is linked to a certain criminal elements on the part of the police and officers who were involved in the violent protest action. TRC requests the Commission to reiterate to member states that whenever there has been a loss of life in protest, there is a duty to carry out prompt, thorough, independent, and impartial investigation into the killing and wounding of protesters, and to prosecute those identified as responsible in fair trials. 4, as we are dealing with people affected by capital projects, here we deal with the right to development. We find that many people living in...
Concluez. Concluez, s'il vous plaît.
Is my time up? Okay.
C'est 5 minutes, je vous l'ai dit au début. Vous êtes à 5 minutes 45 déjà.
Okay. Just to conclude, I would like to say that we wish to call upon the government to establish the Human Rights Commission. The other thing is that there's also need to establish the Persons with Disability Advisory Council, because now we have the Persons with Disability Act. And lastly, there's also the issue of inadequate funding and assistance to the judiciary. With that said, the last point that we have was to ask the Commission on the status of the Senator Khabashani Masopa complaint, which has been before the Commission since 2014. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you.
Mais le rapporteur pays du Lesotho vous suit en ligne, c'est la commissaire Topsisono. Nous avons votre statement et elle entrera en contact avec vous. J'appelle Matt for Peace Development and Human Rights, Monsieur Bassant Essam. Il est en ligne. Es-tu? Matt for Peace Development and Human Rights. OK. Minority Rights Group International, Monsieur Samuel Adendassi. Je l'ai vu. Voilà, vous avez 5 minutes. Vous êtes un habitué, Samuel. Surveillez la lumière.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members of the African Commission, Madam STC of the Commission, distinguished representative of states, esteemed colleagues of international and national NGOs. My name is Samuel Adendassi, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to make this statement on behalf of Minority Rights Group International regarding the human rights situations of minorities and indigenous people we work with in Africa. My statement focuses on two main issues: the indigenous Ogek people of Kenya and the situation of sub-Saharan migrants in Tunisia. Honorable Chairperson, on the 23rd of June, 2022, the African Court on Human and People's Rights delivered a reparation judgment in application number 006 of 2012, the African Commission versus the Republic of Kenya, in which clear orders were issued and timelines set within which the government of Kenya should implement the orders. It is now 11 months post the reparation judgments, and the government of Kenya has not implemented any of the orders or taken any formal initiative to do so. The indigenous Ogek people, having found hope in the judgments, now feel orphaned by the government of Kenya's non-implementation of the orders in the twin judgments in the Ogek case. The non-implementation of the African Court's orders must be strenuously condemned, as it undermines the authority of both the African Commission and the African Court as monitoring and implementing mechanisms of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, to which Kenya is a party. Minority Rights Group is deeply concerned that the actions and omissions of the government of Kenya threaten the very foundation of human and people's rights promotion and protection on the continent, and therefore call on all stakeholders to insist that the judgment of the African Court against the government of Kenya must be respected. On the second issue, Honorable Chairperson, MRG is deeply concerned by the widespread escalation of racist attacks against sub-Saharan migrants in Tunisia, following the statement by President Kair's on the 21st of February, 2023, calling for the expulsion of undocumented migrants on the basis that the goal of migration is a criminal plot to change the ethnic demographics of Tunisia. MRG welcomes the press statement by Honorable Commissioner Maya Fadel, the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, internally displaced persons and migrants in Africa, on the 26th of February 2023, condemning President Sai's statement has been xenophobic, discriminatory, and contrary to Article 2 of the African Charter. MRG notes that despite President Sai's announcement on 6 March 2023 of measures to ease the situation of migrants, there are no measures in place to mitigate the violence that affected thousands of migrants following the 21st of February statement. Hundreds of migrants were arrested during the violence, and as we speak, remain unaccounted for. Many who were expelled from their work overnight and from their houses have been rendered homeless and destitute. Many who were beaten and stabbed have not received justice, among other grievances. Minority Rights Group therefore respectfully request the African Commission to urge all stakeholders involved in the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent to support efforts towards ensuring that the government of Kenya implements the twin judgment in the Ogie case and to comply with its obligations under international human rights law. And lastly, Chairperson, Minority Rights Group urges the African Commission to urge the government of Tunisia to put in place urgent positive measures to ensure that the victims of the February and March racist attacks on sub-Saharan migrants receive justice and the perpetrators of violence on migrants be held accountable. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Samuel. Commissaire Maé est aussi rapporteur pays et les rapporteurs spéciaux sur les migrants déplacés internes et autres. Elle a pris bonne note et d'ailleurs, vous avez fait référence à sa note qu'elle avait publiée sur ces déclarations de la Tunisie, le changement de démographie de ce pays. Elle suit la situation de près. Le commissaire Derso, qui est rapporteur pays du Kenya, a également suivi l'affaire Ogiek à la Cour et c'est la personne indiquée pour dialoguer avec le gouvernement du Kenya et briser ce silence-là dont vous faites allusion. Restez en contact avec eux. Ils récupéreront votre statement au secrétariat pour des actions concrètes. Merci. J'appelle maintenant le collectif des associations contre l'impunité au Togo, Monsieur Marcus Konlamvi Dakla. Monsieur Marcus Konlamvi Dakla. Est-ce qu'il est dans la salle? Marcus? Il n'est pas dans la salle. J'appelle le réseau des défenseurs des droits de l'homme en Afrique centrale, Ngombe Maximilienne. On dit qu'elle est dans la salle, mais je ne la vois pas. Est-ce qu'elle est en ligne? Est-elle? Le REDAC est en ligne? Le réseau des défenseurs des droits de l'homme? Non? Non, non. Je passe. J'appelle Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum. Flavia Zalwango, en ligne. Est-elle?
Yes, please.
Vous avez dit que vous êtes en ligne. Ça va.
Yes, we're in the room.
Flavia, vous avez 5 minutes. De temps en temps, levez la tête pour regarder l'état de la couleur de ceci. Tout le monde dépasse. Merci. Allez-y, 5 minutes.
Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates. We are grateful for this opportunity to address you all on the human rights situation for sexual and gender minorities in Uganda, and we appreciate your indulgence in granting this audience. Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum uploads the continued commitment of the Commission to the struggle for the respect and protection of human rights of all persons in Africa. We also commend the government of the Republic of Uganda for the efforts that have been made in recent years towards the realization of the rights of marginalized people in Uganda, including sexual and gender minorities, through the various government ministries, departments, and authorities, particularly the police force, the Ministry of Health, and the courts of judicature. We are, however, concerned about the recent regression in this progress by the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda in enacting the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023. This bill has created a massive wave of homophobic hate and violence, which has translated into a noted spike in the violations of the human rights of persons on the basis of their real or presumed sexual orientation and gender identity. In the 1 month immediately following the enactment of the bill for the first time, we noted 40 cases involving violations of human rights based purely on sexual orientation and gender identity, and they affected 85 LGBTQ people. These cases happened through arrests by the police, violent crimes against suspected LGBTQ people, and evictions from rented properties. The bill has also further narrowed the space for civic engagement on LGBTQ rights in Uganda, with some provisions of this bill, seeking to outlaw the promotion and normalization of homosexuality and homosexual orientations in Uganda. When one considers these provisions together with the provisions of the NGO Act, which prohibits NGOs from engaging in activities that are prejudicial to the interests and the dignity of the people of Uganda, we note that it is bound to affect not only LGBTQ people, but also other vulnerable communities and eventually the wider civil society, because the broad and vague wording of the sections of the bill are inherently dangerous to freedom of association. It should also be noted that the NGO Bureau has already started to persecute LGBTQ organizations in Uganda by publishing a report in January 2023, accusing 26 CSOs of promoting homosexuality, and these organizations have since then been operating under the constant threat of closure. Uganda's bill must also be understood in context with similar moves in other countries across the continent as a sustained targeted attack on individual and group rights of LGBTQ persons across Africa. And we note that this move is particularly concerning to us given the recent decisions from the Commission denying observer status to organizations working on sexual orientation and gender identity, which could reinforce the misleading notion that LGBTQ Africans have no place in Africa. We believe that this is in direct contrast to the mandate of the Commission and from earlier resolutions of the Commission, particularly 275. The regional and international human rights protection mechanisms exist in part for such times as this, when minorities can no longer turn to their own governments for protection. Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum therefore calls on the Commission to urge the President of Uganda to refrain from assenting to the anti-homosexuality bill and to urge other national governments considering such proposed laws to refrain from enacting legislation that violates the inherent dignity and humanity of LGBTQ Africans. We also ask the Commission to urge the government of Uganda to implement Resolution 275 of the Commission and thus provide protection to LGBTQ persons from violence and other human rights violations on the basis of their sexual orientation and gender identity. Finally, we ask that the Commission reconsider some of the decisions that have unfairly targeted organizations working on issues of SOGI for discriminatory treatment in the processes of the Commission as a critical step towards reinforcing respect for the rights of sexual and gender minorities in the countries where we work. We thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci, Madame. Nous savons que l'Ouganda réprime l'homosexualité. Hier, d'ailleurs, une nouvelle loi, selon la presse d'hier, a été adoptée pour davantage sanctionner lourdement l'homosexualité. La Commission est d'accord avec vous lorsque vous indiquez que la charte doit être appliquée sans discrimination à tous les Africains, quelle que soit la cause. C'est ça la position de la Commission. Le commissaire Mwandenga, le rapporteur pays de l'Ouganda, il a pris bonne note et il a votre note pour des actions concrètes. Et si vous voulez, vous continuerez le débat avec lui. Il pourrait prendre des initiatives pour échanger avec le gouvernement. J'appelle le Center for Reproductive Rights, Betty Kabari. Betty Kabari. C'est toujours vous?
C'est une autre.
Ah, it's another person.
Oui, c'est une autre. L'autre était là-bas.
Ah, parce que les robes sont noires, c'est pour ça que j'ai confondu.
Ici, là, ça ne marche pas.
Là, elle est plus en charge. Vous avez 5 minutes, madame.
Merci. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, and esteemed guests. The Center for Reproductive Rights is grateful for the opportunity to make this statement, highlighting the situation of women and girls in Africa with regards to the realization of our sexual and reproductive health and rights. Would like to congratulate the Commission on convening this session and join the Commission as it moves towards the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Maputo Protocol and celebrates the recent accession to the protocol by South Sudan. As we approach the 20th anniversary of the Maputo Protocol, we celebrate the progress that it has occasioned in the context of recognizing, protecting, and fulfilling women and girls' rights.
The protocol, which has been ratified by all but 12 countries, is a revolutionary instrument that includes a robust provision on sexual and reproductive health and rights that expressly enshrines women and girls' right to control our fertility, to access maternal health care, and access safe legal abortion in cases of sexual violence and where the pregnancy endangers our life or mental and physical health. However, we also take note of the trend of increasing instances of state parties taking regressive measures that contravene their obligations under the protocol, particularly in the context of sexual and reproductive health rights. For instance, in April 2015 in Uganda, the government developed standards and guidelines to address the high rate of maternal mortality and morbidity caused by incidences of unsafe abortion. In December 2015, the implementation of these guidelines was stayed, and to date, the stay has not been lifted. In Kenya in 2018, following widespread misinformation and disinformation, the government banned Marie Stopes Kenya from providing any form of abortion services, even safe legal abortion care. To date, the ban has only been partially lifted. In 2022, after widespread misinformation and disinformation campaigns in Lagos State in Nigeria, the state unilaterally suspended the implementation of the standards and guidelines on the provision of safe and legal abortion care. In the same year, Kenya enacted the Reproductive Health Policy 2022 to 2032, which among other regressive measures seeks to lay a foundation for the creation of crisis pregnancy centers, despite the same having been found to purposefully violate women and girls' rights to make free, informed decisions about their reproductive health. In light of the above, we would like to call on the Commission to take note of these regressive trends across the continent and put in place measures to defend the progress that has been made in realizing the rights entrenched in the Maputo Protocol, including providing guidance on how states can safeguard public health and women and girls' reproductive rights while protecting freedom of expression, urging state parties to refrain from taking regressive measures, urging state parties to take legislative, budgetary, and other measures to undo these regressive actions and replace them with measures that respect and protect all rights enshrined in the protocol, including sexual and reproductive rights. Thank you very much.
Merci, madame. Merci pour votre discours. Rapporteur pays, rapporteur spécial sur les droits des femmes, ainsi que le rapporteur du Kenya sont à votre disposition pour ce que vous mettez dans votre note. Surtout qu'on fête maintenant le 20e anniversaire de ce protocole. C'est une belle occasion pour sensibiliser sur le respect des droits des femmes et des jeunes filles. Et cette question de l'avortement interdite, quelles que soient les raisons, c'est une question cruciale. Il faudrait continuer à y travailler avec nous, commissaire Derso et la commissaire Salanjay. Alors, je vais appeler maintenant ACHPR Africa Alliance, Eric Mundia. ACHPR Afrique. ACHPR.
Yes.
Ah, merci. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished state representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. The ACHPR African Alliance, a partner for reproductive justice, would like to thank the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for its continued push to advancing human rights in Africa, especially on sexual and reproductive health rights. Despite many years of campaign in Africa in the world for the right to safe and legal abortion, the continued criminalization of abortion harms thousands of women every year, especially young women. The situation is often grounded in colonial laws that have never been abolished and supported by anti-women government policies, politicians, judges, and religious leaders. With the poorest and most marginalized women and girls worst affected. This restricted access not only to safe abortion, but also all other sexual and reproductive healthcare services, including pregnancy and delivery care. Maternal deaths have risen substantially in some places alongside the violence against women. As we celebrate 20 years of the Maputo Protocol, it is important that we take stock of the vision for Africa that was encapsulated therein, as well as the Charter and the Agenda 2063, and review the factors that are hindering the realization of this vision, such as the regressive laws, policy, and positions that are being taken by states. These retrogressive trends are backed by concerted efforts of local anti-right groups, both within the state machineries and outside it. Additionally, because of all rights are interdependent, these efforts have resulted in not only the violation of the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls, but also violation of the other rights of other demographics, that is men, youth, and the adolescents, including the rights to receive accurate and true information, the right to dignity, liberty, and security of the person, the right to participate in government, and freedom of association, but to name a few. These local anti-groups have in recent years begun to organize at a regional and international level with the support of anti-right groups and actors from the global north. We believe that domesticating the Maputo Protocol will ensure that all barriers inhibiting women and girls from exercising their rights to bodily autonomy are removed. And safe abortion remains a catastrophe public health problem, accounting to 13% of the maternal mortality worldwide, or around 47,000 deaths, with hundreds of thousands of survivors living with long-term complications, including infertility, chronic pain. And of course, these unsafe abortions, 97% occur in South and Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, given the foregoing, we call upon the Commission to, 1, call upon all AU member states to decriminalize abortion in line with the campaign launched by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 2016 to decriminalize abortion in Africa. Further, put to task countries on review on the steps they have undertaken to advance this campaign. 2, call upon all AU member states that have not yet done so to ratify, implement, and domesticate the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. 3, call upon all member states to intensify their efforts to ensure the full realization of the rights of women in Africa by increasing the allocation of resources to facilitate training, equipping, and supplies that will enhance access to the services. Honorable Chairperson, IPAS African Alliance reiterates its commitment to supporting the mission achieve its mandate. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, IPAS Africa Alliance. Nous demanderons à la commissaire Salanjai de s'inspirer de cette note pour des actions concrètes, surtout dans le domaine de la décriminalisation de l'avortement, suivant la politique même de l'Union africaine dans ce domaine, comme vous l'avez dit dans votre note. L'Organisation mondiale contre la torture, Isidore Nguele, en ligne. Isidore Nguele. L'OMCT. Oui. S'ils sont en ligne, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, distingués commissaires, délégués d'État et organisations de la société civile, l'Organisation mondiale contre la torture et son réseau SOS Torture en Afrique remercie la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples pour cette occasion de soulever certaines questions clés concernant la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Nous faisons cette déclaration conjointement avec la Ligue tchadienne des droits de l'homme sur la situation des droits humains au Tchad. Le 20 octobre 2022, le Tchad s'est réveillé dans un chaos infernal marqué par une répression sans précédent de manifestants pacifiques écrasés par des bombes lacrymogènes et des tirs à balles réelles de la part des forces de sécurité. Ce jeudi noir restera dans l'histoire comme le jour de la prise de pouvoir effective du général Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, fils du défunt président Idriss Déby Itno, grâce à un recours excessif et brutal à la force en dehors des principes démocratiques constitutionnellement consacrés. La prise de pouvoir en totale violation de la Constitution adoptée en 2021 par un conseil militaire de transition, dirigé par son fils, a davantage plongé le pays dans l'incertitude politique et sécuritaire. Les partis politiques d'opposition et les membres de la société civile qui ont contesté par le biais de manifestations pacifiques la manière dont les militaires se sont emparés du pouvoir ont violemment été réprimés. Bien que la charte de transition du 8 octobre 2022 et d'autres textes connexes prévoient le respect et la protection des droits humains pendant cette période transitoire, les manifestations pacifiques organisées au cours des deux premières années ont été violemment réprimées. Depuis les événements tragiques du 20 octobre 2022, un nouveau régime de violation de droits humains très brutal s'est installé au Tchad, rappelant l'histoire la plus violente du pays, marquée par la terreur permanente au sein de la population, les arrestations arbitraires et disparitions forcées de manifestants et l'exil des leaders politiques. Les enquêtes menées au cours des 3 derniers mois par l'OMCT et la Ligue tchadienne des droits de l'homme indiquent qu'environ 218 personnes ont été tuées, des dizaines torturées et plus de 1300 détenus. De plus, si la disparition d'une quarantaine de personnes est confirmée, ce chiffre pourrait atteindre plusieurs centaines sans que nos organisations puissent affirmer avec certitude qu'elles ont été victimes de disparitions forcées. Les autorités tchadiennes n'ont engagé aucune action satisfaisante pour identifier les auteurs des graves violations de droits humains survenues pendant et à la suite de ces événements. En dépit de nombreuses allégations de victimes et des organisations de la société civile, aucune enquête n'a permis l'interpellation des suspects. Aucune des organisations des droits humains possédant des éléments probants n'a par ailleurs été auditionnée. Et les victimes de ces événements n'ont fait l'objet d'aucune assistance par le biais de programmes de réhabilitation et de réparation de la part du gouvernement. Nous invitons donc la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples à mener dans les plus brefs délais une mission d'information en République du Tchad pour s'enquérir de la situation actuelle des droits humains auprès des principaux acteurs intervenant dans le domaine des droits de l'homme, notamment les autorités de transition, les forces de sécurité, les autorités judiciaires, les organisations de la société civile, les autorités traditionnelles et religieuses et les partis politiques. Cette mission sera composée du rapporteur pays, du rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, du président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires, et les disparitions forcées du rapporteur spécial sur les prisons, les conditions de détention et l'action policière. Et enfin, 3, elle aura pour but de s'assurer de la jouissance par tous les citoyens tchadiens des droits garantis par la Charte africaine, notamment en effectuant des consultations et des échanges avec divers acteurs afin de constater les différentes allégations de droits humains, des visites dans les prisons et les centres de détention afin de prendre connaissance des conditions carcérales et des personnes arrêtées, et des visites aux familles des victimes des événements récents afin de recueillir des informations sur leur situation. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour la situation que vous décrivez sur le Tchad, avec les disparitions forcées, le changement anticonstitutionnel du gouvernement, liberté de réunion et de manifestation. Nous avions publié un communiqué avec le commissaire Idriss Asso. Si mes souvenirs sont bons, ça doit avoir concerné le Tchad. On a votre note. On va suivre sur ces questions. Je vais maintenant appeler under the same sun, found, Tanzania. Kwame Daklo. Under the same sun, found de Tanzanie. N'êtes pas là? Independent Medical Legal Unit de Joseph Muniao. Virtual. Not online. Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum. Vous aviez déjà parlé aujourd'hui, non? C'était Zimbabwe Lawyers. Ça va. Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum. 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Commissioner, State Parties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum welcomes the opportunity to address you on the human rights situation in Zimbabwe. During the last session, we reported on the shrinking civic space in the country and expressed concern over the private voluntary organizations amendment bill. The bill is currently awaiting presidential assent. Civil society greatly appreciates the audience given. With the president, we however remain concerned with the proposed law, its potential negative impact of creating a hostile environment for the operations of CSOs, and hope that our submissions made to His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, as well as the Attorney General, will be considered and taken on board, as well as the advice from the UN Special Rapporteur. Zimbabwe is due to hold elections in the next 3 to 4 months. The president has called for a peaceful election. Notwithstanding, the country has already witnessed politically linked violence across the political divide. A few examples include violence witnessed during the by-election in a place called Insiza in October 2022, where 30 people were beaten during the election period. Violence also erupted in Bare, where there were clashes between supporters of the ruling party and the main opposition, and life was lost, arson, and malicious damage to property in that clash. These are a few examples that highlight the violence that is obtaining in the country. And we remain worried that as we get to the elections, that would see more cases of violence. In women, we celebrate 20 years of the Maputo Protocol. We are concerned on the lack of consistent reporting by the Zimbabwe government on the protocol since signing it in 2008, and only one report has been submitted since then. We do, however, welcome the commitment made in this forum to submit the second report. Southern Africa has seen alarming cases around increased judicial and physical harassment of human rights defenders. More disturbingly is the recent case of the late human rights lawyer and activist from Eswatini, Thulani Maseko, who was assassinated in his home. We stand in solidarity with his wife here present and family. In Zimbabwe, human rights defenders are subjected to judicial harassment in the form of arbitrary arrests, prolonged pretrial detention, lengthy trial, smear campaigns, and verbal harassment on and offline. We highlight a few of the following cases. A member of parliament, lawyer, and opposition leader, Honorable Job Sikala, who spent over 300 days in pretrial detention. We also highlight a lawyer, Kudzai Kadzere, on the 14th of January 2023, who was assaulted by the police and sustained a fracture whilst responding to cases of violence. And on the 27th of April 2023, opposition Transform Zimbabwe leader Jacob Ngarivume was convicted of public violence incitement stemming from a July 2020 tweet in which the opposition politician called for a national shutdown, convicted for a constitutionally guaranteed right to demonstrate. We therefore call the Honorable Commission to implore the government to ensure consistent reporting on the Maputo Protocol, to implore the government to ensure the support to the complementary role of civil society organizations in communities and not to shrink civic space through the private voluntary amendment bill. To also call on the government to facilitate for the existence of a conducive, peaceful environment for the upcoming elections, wherein women are also able to participate, and there is the implementation of the 50-50 clause on representation. We also ask for the Commission to engage to ensure the government actively ensures that there is due regard to the best practice in terms of principles and guidelines on the right to fair trial and legal assistance. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Pour ces questions qui concernent les Swatini et le Zimbabwe, les rapporteurs payés ont pris bonne note, notamment le commissaire Salanjai et Elita au Ghana. Je prends également bonne note du cas des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Pour certains, nous avons déjà, si pas tous, pour ce qui concerne Tulani Maseko et les autres, nous avons envoyé des lettres d'appel urgent et parfois publié des communiqués. Et pour nos collègues défenseurs qui ont perdu la vie. On a même présenté des condoléances, je pense. Je vous remercie. Je passe maintenant à Paradigm Initiative for Information Technology. Paradigm Initiative for Information Technology Development de Tobekile Matimbe, virtual. Tobekile Matimbe. African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. C'est Nadji Moulay Lassen qui va lire au nom du centre. Nadji, vous avez 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Vice Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished guests, our protocol duly observed, colleagues from civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fully honored to speak in front of you today in order to highlight the persistent issue of gun violence and the xenophobia against migrants in Africa, which continue to pose a major risk to human rights and dignity of people across the continent. They deeply concern us in Northern Africa. Therefore, I would like to use this opportunity to express the urgent need to address these challenges. Actually, the spread of weapons throughout Africa has played a crucial role in ongoing conflict, which have led to displacement of millions of people and numerous violations of human rights. In addition, we are all aware that armed groups in this situation have been accused of committing serious human rights violations, including war crime, crimes against humanity, and genocide. In order to lessen the frequency of armed conflict and advance peace and security, therefore, the African Commission and the African Union and the African Commission on Human People's Rights, with the support of the international community, must encourage and grant full support to initiatives aimed at silencing the gun to reduce the incidence of armed conflicts and promote peace and security. It is essential to acknowledge that the proliferation of small guns and light weapons poses a severe threat to Africa's security and development, and concerted efforts must be made to combat this problem. In this context, we would like to express our deep concern about human rights situation in Sudan, which serves as a stark reminder of the devastating impact of armed conflict on the lives of people in affected area. It highlights the urgent need for all parties to prioritize peaceful dialogue and respect of human rights in the resolution conflict. Besides, let's not forget the armed conflict over the Sahel and Sahara. It is urgent that Northern African countries and countries of the Sahel region know the danger of the spread of non-armed groups to separate countries and to violate human rights, especially vulnerable ones, women and children. We have been witnessing the recruitment of children in armed conflict by non-state armed and terrorist group in the Sahel. Another alarming issue that should be seriously addressed, especially in Northern Africa, is xenophobia against migrants. Ladies and gentlemen, xenophobia against migrants have been enduring challenges in Africa, which has led to violation of human rights of migrant, refugee, and asylum seekers. It is unacceptable that individuals seeking refuge from conflict and other humanitarian crises are subject to violence, discrimination, and marginalization. Therefore, the African Commission on Human People's Rights should work towards protecting social cohesion and combating xenophobia against migrants by encouraging member states to adopt and implement policies that protect the right of migrant, refugee, and asylum seeker in line with international human rights standards. First, adopting a legal framework that allows conducting investigation and prosecuting individuals and communities responsible for committing xenophobic attacks against migrants, ensuring that migrants have access to justice and can report human rights abuses without fear or reprisals. To conclude, we would like to urge the African Commission on Human People's Rights to prioritize the issue of silencing the gun and combating xenophobia against migrants in Africa. These challenges are intertwined and require coordinated effort to address them effectively. Therefore, we recommend that the Commission work closely with member states, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to promote peace, security, and the respect of human rights across the continent. And I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Naji. Nous avons pris bonne note de cette recommandation. Votre statement implique bien évidemment la rapporteure sur les migrants, commissaire Maya, commissaire Derso, situation des droits de l'homme pendant le conflit, et le commissaire à thème sur le Soudan, qui est le rapporteur pays. Il a déjà publié beaucoup de communiqués sur le Soudan. Et restez en contact avec lui, avec les éléments qui sont dans la note. Je vais appeler Media Institute of Southern Africa, MISA, en ligne. Media Institute of Southern Africa. S'ils sont en ligne, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable commissioners, state delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Media Institute of Southern Africa is honored to be part of this August 75th session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As we celebrate 30th anniversary of World Press Freedom Day, it is sad to note that it comes at a time when media and expression within the peoples of Southern Africa and Africa at large continue to face various challenges in terms of our respective countries. 30 years on, the problem and complexities facing media and the press have deepened. This pertain on issues around media viability, new threats brought by online tools, artificial intelligence, and effects that impact on information disorders on our democracies. I want to present 5 key issues on Southern Africa. The first one is the growing self-censorship. Governments across the region have introduced cyber security and cyber crime laws, ostensibly meant to deal with crimes online. In effect, these laws criminalize free expression and defamation online. These include Zambia's Cyber Security and Cyber Crimes Act, Cyber and Data Protection Act in Zimbabwe, Tanzania's Cyber Crimes Act. This, coupled with other fake news laws that were proliferated in 2020 to combat COVID-19, came up with chilling effects. Though they started with South Africa and the rest of the region caught the cold and sneezed, South Africa has done away with all regulations, yet others have kept them on our statute books, thereby compounding chilling effects that are brought by the criminalization and publication of falsehoods, which the ACHPR and our judiciary jurisdictions strongly pronounce themselves that they have a chilling effect on expression. The second one is shrinking civic space. Following the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, there has been a flurry of countries enacting laws that have adverse effects on freedom of expression and association. The recommendations that came from the task force were meant to guard against funding of terrorism and money laundering. Yes, Southern Africa, particularly recommendations on Section 8, have been used to restrict civic space. Malawi introduced NGO Act, which then was enacted in March of 2021, while the enactment of the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Bill is at an advanced stage in Zimbabwe. Mozambique is working on drafting NGO law, which has been described as signaling the death of civic movement in the country. On the other hand, Zimbabwe plans to amend the Criminal Law Codification Reforms Act with what it terms patriotic provisions, which criminalizes civilians or citizens from engaging foreign embassies without government approval. Botswana has enacted the Amendment of Criminal Procedures and Evidence Controls Investigations Act, which allows for the government to have also snooping on communications. The third component is around surveillance. At least 3 Southern African countries are named in an investigation by the Toronto Lab that they've procured spyware from an Israeli firm called Secos, which compromises mobile phone security. These are Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The arrest of Grigory Gondwe in 2020 in Malawi was a telltale sign of surveillance that was being used in that country. While an argument has been made that surveillance is key, but outright surveillance without oversight and accountability has chilling effects on journalism itself, in sources of information being vulnerable and limiting the scope of expression. The fourth component is online gender-based harassment. Adoption of Resolution 522 by the Commission on the protection of women against digital violence in Africa is a positive step in promoting gender participation and freedom of expression, particularly female journalists. We have witnessed growing attacks on female journalists, particularly from government officials. There's an example of a government official from Zimbabwe who has used graphic statements online, which could drive female journalists from online spaces. Cyberbullying and trolling of female journalists is on the rise. The fifth and last component is around the elections and the safety and security of journalists. We are now faced with almost 10 elections in Southern Africa in the next 2 years. And what it tells is that it is exerting serious pressures on the safety and security of journalists. Further, journalists have been designated as terrorists in countries like Eswatini for merely covering the story of the country. In Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, and Zimbabwe, they have a history of shutting down the internet during elections. Other countries that are on the lookout for 2024 elections are Botswana and among others. In conclusion, Chairperson, I therefore recommend your commission to domesticate the UN Action Plan on Safety and Security of Journalists, which is in its 10th year, a repeal of legislation that infringes on civic space, adoption of human rights-based approaches on development and deployment of surveillance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Merci, le commissaire Topsisono. Et les autres mécanismes, notamment celui sur les femmes, rapporteurs pays ont pris bonne note des éléments que vous avez mis dans votre déclaration et nous vous remercions. La Fédération internationale des ligues des droits de l'homme, Sheila Mwanga.
Here, Chair.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the International Federation for Human Rights, FIDH, appreciates the opportunity to address you on this occasion. Honorable Commissioners, FIDH appreciates the commitment by the Commission to ensure continued access and engagement with civil society such as these. Chair, since the 75th ordinary session, FIDH has followed the unfolding human rights situation in Africa with great concern and seeks to address you on the following. As we meet today, a war is raging in Sudan. Condemn the alarming deterioration of the human rights situation as evidenced by the heightened commission of serious human rights violations committed against civilians by 2 military parties to the conflict. Chairperson, in the last 3 weeks since the conflict broke on 15th of April, the world has witnessed the buildup of a catastrophic humanitarian crisis that has left 500 civilian deaths and 4,500 injured, with millions fleeing in a very hostile context as they seek safety for themselves and their families. The fleeing population, Chair, has also come under great distress as the safe passages are fast closing, thereby creating a more dire situation for civilians. We note and appreciate the Commission's response to the crisis. through the statement condemning the indiscriminate shelling issued on the 21st of April 2023, and urge that a close watch on the developing situation with a holistic outlook on all the human rights violations being committed across Sudan. We are equally concerned, Chair, about the human rights situation in Sahel countries, a region plagued by several years of insecurity and institutional crisis, resulting in massive human rights violation and repression of human rights defenders. Chair, similarly, the current human rights situation in Senegal is marked by shrinking political and civic space, violent repression of peaceful protests, discrimination against minorities, and violence against women, including domestic violence. Lastly, Chair, on this point, the recurrent attacks by militias and armed groups in Eastern Congo, causing more and more deaths, as well as the military response that remain ineffective, require a strong commitment from the region and continent for the protection of civilians and peace. Honorable Commissioners, we applaud the African Commission as we welcome the recent adoption of the resolution on the protection and promotion of the rights of intersex persons in Africa. This marks an important recognition of the disproportionate burden borne by intersex persons. That said, Honorable Commissioners, in the same vein, FIDH has noted the concern worrying legislative developments, crackdown and violence, stigma and hate speech in Eastern Africa, in Kenya, in Burundi, in Southern Africa. This statement, Chair, cites examples from across the continent to underscore that while there may be numerous obstacles, there has also been progress. As such, there is no unified African position to deny sexual minority persons their rights and the recent decision by African Commission to deny observer status. We call upon you, Chair, to reflect on this decision. Lastly, Chair, this issue, we meet this year as the continent marks 20 years since the adoption of the Maputo Protocol. While we note the positive progress since the 15-year anniversary, we remain deeply concerned that universal ratification is yet to be achieved because 12 states haven't fully adopted the protocol. We also note that the countries that have ratified the protocol have often failed to translate their commitments and obligations on the protocol. We call upon the Commission, Chair, to urge African states to stop all infringement and restriction of fundamental freedoms to guarantee the respect of human rights. We recall the obligation to respect the rights of human rights defenders at all times and to guarantee the necessary environment and to create an environment conducive to freedom of expression, association, and assembly. Lastly, we call on the Commission to urge the African Union to take concrete action to bring to an end the current hostilities in Sudan, advance accountability through all possible avenues, and to protect human rights of Sudanese. We call on the Senegalese government, Chair, to act in such a way to promote genuine, serene, and inclusive national debate on the heated political climate. And lastly, Chair, we call on all parties to the conflict in the Eastern DRC to put an immediate end to attacks on civilians and to make a concrete commitment to bringing peace and security. Thank you very much, Chair.
La Commission a pris bonne note de votre déclaration et surtout de tout ce que vous demandez par pays et de tout ce que vous demandez par thématique, notamment la question de la révision du statut d'observateur à quelques ONG. Nous avons pris bonne note et nous vous remercions pour votre discours. Je vais revenir à...
Il vient de nous dire qu'ils ont un problème de technique.
Nous continuons la liste avec environnement, ressources naturelles et développement, Bantou Balougué. Environnement, ressources et développement, Bantou Balougué. En ligne, virtuelle. Est-elle? Ils ne sont pas là. Alliance for Africa de Ioma Obibi, virtuelle. Alliance for Africa, vous avez 5 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
5 minutes, please.
Okay. All existing protocols observed and recognized. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We are an international African-led feminist NGO working on peace, sustainable development. I'm issuing this statement on behalf of our partners, the SOA network. Honorable Chairperson, the SOA Coalition commends the government of South Sudan on its recent accession to the Maputo Protocol. Among other international human rights treaties, the ratification of the Maputo Protocol is a critical step towards the enhancement of access to justice and human rights for women and girls of South Sudan, especially in the areas of access to justice and the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. We note that the incidences of violence and discrimination against women are on the rise in South Sudan, laid bare by the recent alleged blinding of an 18-year-old woman by her father for refusing an arranged marriage. We urge the government of South Sudan to complete the ratification process of the Maputo Protocol by depositing the instruments of ratification with the chairperson of the African Union Commission. We urge Botswana, Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Madagascar, Morocco, Niger, Somalia, and Sudan to urgently ratify the Maputo Protocol to ensure that women and girls in these countries enjoy their rights as enshrined in the protocol. Additionally, we call upon the Commission, in cases where countries have ratified the Maputo Protocol, to increase engagement on the implementation of the treaty, including relevant legal and policy reforms on key priority areas as identified by women's rights activists and organizations, and to submit regular and timely reports on the progress made in line with the Commission's reporting guidelines. Honorable Chairperson, the SOA Coalition is concerned about Sudan's escalating human rights situation. As of April 18, 2023, the UN reported that 185 people were killed and 1,800 injured during the first few days of the military conflict between the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group and the armed forces of the Sudanese government. Worryingly, media reports portray a dire picture of the humanitarian situation in the country, with reports of attacks against civilians and aid workers, the shutdown of the healthcare system in Khartoum, and residents sheltering at home out of fear of attacks. Women and girls bear the brunt of armed conflict wherever it occurs. Before the latest conflict, civil society organizations had already raised the alarm about escalating attacks against women and girls, including killings, rape, kidnappings, forced displacement, and police brutality against women protesters. The SOA Coalition remains worried about the volatile political situation in Sudan and its risk of further escalating and endangering civilian lives. We urge the African Commission to immediately condemn the armed conflict in Sudan and call for an immediate end to all hostilities. We demand that the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa urge the relevant authorities to put in place measures to ensure that women and girls in Sudan are protected from rape and sexual assault in line with Sudan's human rights obligations, and take all steps necessary to address and mitigate the harm to victims of sexual and gender-based violence that have already occurred through a survivor-centered approach. Further, we urge that the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and focal point for reprisals in Africa urge the Sudanese authorities to immediately cease acts of violence, intimidation, and reprisals targeting women human rights defenders and women's rights civil society in the country. Honorable Chairperson, climate change and global warming pose a significant threat to the enjoyment of human rights, particularly those of women and girls in Africa. African women and girls are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change and global warming, as they are often more dependent on natural resources for their livelihood. Okay, so I would like to end by urging the government of Nigeria to improve transparency and accountability around the allocation and utilization of women's economic empowerment, women's financial inclusion, and women's economic collective by building more institutional capacity for gender responsive budgeting. Thank you very much.
Je rappelle simplement, merci, que sur le Soudan, le commissaire pays, commissaire à thème et le commissaire d'ERSO ont déjà publié un communiqué qui prend en charge la plupart des éléments que vous mettez dans votre note. Et sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, nous continuons à suivre de près la situation.
Et il y a une réunion aujourd'hui sur les femmes soudanaises et demain également sur toute la question soudanaise.
Voilà, et des réunions sont en cours d'ailleurs, rajoute le rapporteur pays, sur les femmes au Soudan et sur la situation générale dans ce pays dans les jours à venir. Ils prendront part et ils animeront ces réunions.
Ils peuvent venir à la Sainte-Croix.
Voilà, ça sera ici, mais elle est en ligne, je pense.
Non, mais c'est en présentiel.
Oui, mais elle est en ligne, celle qui a fait, oui. Et si vous avez vos représentants ici, ils peuvent nous joindre, ils peuvent se joindre à nous, à la salle 3 ici, sur ces questions-là. Merci. Je vais maintenant appeler the Center for Human Rights. Center for Human Rights. Lloyd Couvea. Lloyd.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this statement on behalf of the Center for Human Rights. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, members of the African Commission, distinguished delegates, everyone attending this hybrid session, the Center for Human Rights Faculty of Law, University of Pretoria, would like to draw the attention of the Commission, state parties, and everyone present to the following issues. Number one, the shrinking space in African countries. The Center expresses its deep concern over the rapid contraction of civic space across African countries. There is an observable trend of implicit criminalization of human rights advocacy and public participation in African countries. An increasing number of restrictive laws, often justified under the pretext of public interest, are being implemented. The justifications for these measures include measures included to ensure public safety during the COVID-19 pandemic from 2020 to 2022, as well as combating cybercrime, terrorism, and maintenance of public order. This has led to grave infringements of rights by states and private actors, primarily targeting organizations and citizens. 3 key examples of such restrictive laws are highlighted. The first is the targeting of civil society actors in Burundi by law enforcement agents. The second is the criminalization of seditious singing and shouting under Article 497 of Togo's Penal Code. And the third is defamation against a public official in Tunisia as per Article 128 of the Penal Code of Tunisia. These examples illustrate the pervasive violation and restriction of civil and political rights in Africa. This situation not only threatens the health of democracy in Africa, but also the welfare of human rights across the continent. African countries where civic space is under threat are often signatories of the African Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Consequently, these restrictive laws and resulting abuses are contrary to the obligations of these countries under the said treaties. We urge the African Commission to, among other measures, issue statements against these restrictive laws and actions and urge African states to comply with their obligations to protect and promote civil and political rights. Secondly, Honorable Chair, the Center will look at the conflict and instability in Ethiopia, Sudan, and Eswatini. The Center for Human Rights wishes to bring to the attention of the Commission the ongoing conflicts in Ethiopia, Sudan, and Eswatini. In Ethiopia, we commend the ceasefire agreement between the factions involved in the northern Ethiopia armed conflict. The ceasefire agreement is a crucial step towards consolidating peace and ending conflicts that has claimed hundreds of thousands of lives and affected millions in the Afar, Amhara, and Tigray regions. Despite this progress, we remain deeply concerned about the ongoing displacement of millions of Ethiopians and the deteriorating human rights situation, particularly in the Oromia and Amhara regions. The rise in ethnically motivated attacks against regional minorities in Oromia, with indiscriminate targeting of children, women, and the elderly, is alarming. Furthermore, the center is concerned by the Oromia regional government's widespread forced evictions and home demolition campaigns in the newly established Sega city. In Amara region, the protests against the government have escalated into mass protests, curfews, and extrajudicial killings. Honorable Chair, we echo sentiments and statements that have been issued already by other civil society organizations on the situation in Sudan. And we appreciate the statements that have already been issued by the African Commission regarding the situation in Sudan. However, your Honorable Chair would like to call upon the Commission to condemn the current political crisis and associated human rights violations that have escalated in Sudan. We would also want to call upon the Commission to conduct a fact-finding mission to Eswatini on extrajudicial killings, including the assassination of Tulani Maseko. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the Center would like to commend the African Commission on the expedient adoption of Resolution 552 on the protection and promotion of the rights of intersex persons in Africa during the 74th private ordinary session on 7 March 2023. However, the Center expresses its concerns about the dangers of pathologizing intersex identities as an inherent handicap at birth. The Center is also lastly concerned that despite the progressive adoption of resolutions 275 and 552, we have also noted with concern the denial of observer status to 3 civil society organizations, and we call upon the Commission to reconsider its decision. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Honorable Chair.
Merci. La Commission a toutes les raisons de se féliciter, comme vous le dites, mais comme a dit le FIDH aussi, sur la résolution 552 sur les personnes intersexuées, et elle a exprimé ses opinions à ce sujet comme étant des bases de recommandations sur cette question, parce que ces personnes méritent une protection. Sur les autres questions, Burundi, Togo, Tunisie, Eswatini, et Soudan, Éthiopie, les rapporteurs pays ont pris note, tout comme moi-même, j'ai pris note sur la question de la restriction de l'espace civique en Afrique. Sur Tulani, nous avions déjà publié un communiqué de presse et nous suivons de près. Nous savons qu'il faut une enquête pour clarifier. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons votre note. Nous allons relire encore cette note et épuiser des éléments qui peuvent nous permettre d'initier des actions. Merci. Je vais maintenant appeler the Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation. Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation. I will call. Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation, vous êtes là? 5 minutes. Veuillez respecter le temps. On tend vers la fin de la journée. Cinq minutes. Non, je vais l'appeler. Je n'avais pas bien vu. Je vais l'appeler.
Honorable Chairperson, all protocols observed. I'm making this statement on behalf of Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation, CHR, and 5 other NGOs that are working together to promote human rights in Malawi, including the rights of young people, adults and girls, and young women. We express concern about the continued existence of strong social and traditional norms which continue to drive the practice of child marriage and teenage pregnancies in Malawi. Many girls and young women still lack access to modern contraceptives due to regular stockouts, especially in district and rural health facilities. Malawi has maintained a restrictive abortion law, which only permits termination of pregnancy to save a woman's life. This has led many women and girls to ending unwanted pregnancies in unsafe, clandestine settings. Unsafe abortion accounts for 80% of maternal deaths in Malawi. We urge the Commission to encourage the Malawi government to comply with its obligations under the Maputo Protocol and table the much delayed termination of pregnancy bill, which seeks to expand the grounds for legal abortion beyond just to save a woman's life. We also urge the Commission to urge Malawi to ensure that adolescent girls and young women have confidential access to modern forms of contraception and information on sexual and reproductive health, including through comprehensive sexuality education. We further urge Malawi to amend the Gender Equality Act and the Child Care, Justice and Protection Act to outlaw harmful traditional practices. Honorable Chairperson, our organizations are also concerned about the shrinking civic space in Malawi. In March 2022, the Malawi Parliament enacted the draconian NGO Amendment Bill. The new law contains provisions that threaten NGOs' independence, existence, and operations. They include a requirement of mandatory registration, which is contrary to African Commission's guidelines, which clearly provide that associations should not be compelled to register in order to exist and to operate freely. The new law also includes disproportionate criminal sanctions against NGOs and their leaders for non-compliance with the Act, which is against the Commission's guidelines that states that states shall not impose criminal sanctions in the context of laws governing non-profit associations. We further express concern on Malawi's failure to provide formal registration to LGBT-led organizations. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to comply with its guidelines on freedom of association. Honorable Chairperson, we further express concern on violations related to freedom of expression and media freedom. In particular, we express concern with the continued practice of arresting and harassing journalists for doing their work. In April 2022, Malawi police arrested and harassed investigative journalist Gregory Gondwe for publishing a story related to corruption in the Malawi Police Service. Mr. Gondwe was released without charge after several hours of interrogation. There's also been a spate of arrests of people exercising their rights to freedom of expression online. Currently, we have over 16 individuals answering various criminal charges related to freedom of expression online. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to give practical effect to the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression in Africa adopted in October 2002. We further express concern about Malawi's continued failure to stop torture and arbitrary killings of people accused of witchcraft. Since 2019, over 70 people, mostly the elderly, have been subjected to torture and arbitrary killings on the basis of witchcraft accusations. Up to now, despite the gravity of these human rights violations, there's no robust state-led response to address these attacks and prosecute perpetrators. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to expedite the review of the Witchcraft Act of 1911 with a view to strengthening protections for people accused of witchcraft against arbitrary killings. Honorable Chairperson, we also express concern on the resurgence of attacks on persons with albinism. In November 2022, a 3-year-old child named Tadala Chirwa was mutilated and killed while she slept with her grandmother. Although there has been some arrests, up to now, nobody has been convicted for this heinous crime. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to remain committed to constructing secure houses for persons with albinism. It is sad to note that out of the initial 28 houses that were supposed to be constructed, only 12 have been finished. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to develop and implement a successor national action plan on persons with albinism. Finally, as organizations, we are concerned with a decision by the Malawi government to proceed with the execution of this directive, relocate refugees and asylum seekers living in rural and urban areas back to the Leka refugee camp. We urge the Commission to encourage Malawi to put its decision on hold, as it will have disastrous consequences on the provision of critical services such as health, education, and protection programs. Thank you, General.
Le commissaire Mandenga, qui est le rapporteur pays du Malawi, a pris bonne note de beaucoup de choses que vous avez mises dans votre note, mais nous n'avons pas encore de réponse précise au niveau de la Commission pour apporter une réponse rapide sur la question liée à la sorcellerie. Il n'y a encore aucun mécanisme spécial qui prend en charge cette question. La Commission devra y réfléchir, la mise en relation de la sorcellerie et des droits de l'homme. Parce que vous avez également parlé de la sorcellerie dans votre note. Mais sinon, sur tous les thèmes, rassurez-vous, liberté de réunion, d'expression, mariage civil forcé, avortement, mortalité infantile, protocole de Maputo. Nous avons pris bonne note pour les rapporteurs spéciaux, les mécanismes spéciaux pour exploiter votre note que nous avons reçue déjà par ailleurs. J'appelle Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. Vous avez
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. This statement is made on behalf of the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights that works to advance social and economic justice. Number one issue is about utilization of General Comment number 7 on state obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in the context of private provision of social services. Honorable Chairperson, during the 73rd Ordinary Session, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted a landmark General Comment on private actors and social services, which provides the most progressive and comprehensive interpretation of states' human rights obligation to regulate private involvement in delivery of social services like education and health. We know that as a result of limited investment in these essential services like health and education, Africa is witnessing a wave of marketization of social services, including through arrangements like public-private partnerships. States violate their human rights obligations when they leave social services to the market. My organization has documented cases of gross violation of human rights where people have ended up in private education / health facilities due to lack of publicly funded and run alternatives in their areas. In the health sector, cases, for example, of detention of mothers after delivery in private health facilities are common. It is very urgent that the African Commission engages with state parties to the African Charter to make effective use of General Comment number 7 to effectively regulate private actors involved in social service delivery. Honorable Chairperson, there is also the issue of strengthening public services in Africa. We know that many African countries to date struggle with weak or non-existent public health and education systems and inadequate social protection systems that were exacerbated by COVID-19. Africa's rising debt burden threatens the future of availability of public services as the debt repayment increasingly will take the lion's share of budget funds. Africa is facing its highest debt burden in a decade, with the World Bank noting an increase of $702 billion in 2020. The IMF has also estimated about 60% of low-income developing countries to be at risk of or already in debt distress. So the status quo has led to major budget cuts, with sectors like health, education, and social protection as the biggest casualties. In Uganda, with the law releases, local governments responsible for executing infrastructure projects such as new public schools and health centers have not been able to. By the first half of this current financial year, only 11% of the budget of the approved development expenditure in health and education had been released to local governments. It is essential that the government uses progressive taxation where the wealthy and corporations pay their fair share of tax and curb illicit financial flows to sustainably finance quality public services. Honorable Chairperson, the other issues around the reintegration of pregnant girls and adolescent mothers back into school. We had a major setback during COVID where schools remained closed for a long time, and 30% of learners were not able to return to school due to teenage pregnancy and early marriages. So the issue of re-entry of pregnant girls and adolescent mothers into schools remain very controversial both in law, policy, and practice. And Uganda had made some progress around SDG 4 on education through the policy provision of universal access to primary and secondary education. However, discriminatory policies like guidelines to ban pregnant girls and adolescent mothers from school threaten to erode the gains made over years around access to education for girls in Uganda. And lastly, Chairperson, we have an overdue report for Uganda. We do ask that you engage with Uganda to be able to submit the report. So in terms of recommendation, we want you to engage with state parties to the African Charter to make effective use of General Comment number 7 on state obligations under the African Charter. to effectively regulate private actors involved in service delivery, and also to provide universal quality social services, and for Uganda to remove barriers for re-entry of pregnant girls and adolescent mothers into school. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Madame, pour les éléments que vous mettez à notre disposition sur cette question de prestataires et des services publics confiés aux acteurs privés, ce qu'on appelle les concessions. Cela a évidemment un impact sur la santé, sur certains droits de l'homme, sinon tous. En tout cas, la plupart d'entre eux en matière de santé et d'éducation. Nous avons pris bonne note et c'est ça l'objet du commentaire général numéro 7 de la Commission africaine qui est suivi, pris en charge par le mécanisme du rapporteur spécial sur le groupe de travail plutôt, sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Et s'agissant de l'Ouganda, nous avons pris bonne note de tous ces éléments que vous avez mis en évidence. Le rapporteur pays va suivre. Merci. Je passe à notre structure. Swaziland Association for Human Rights. Swaziland Association for Human Rights. Et c'est Tanele Maseko. Tanele Maseko. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tanele Masego, widow to Tulani Rudolph Masego. Your Excellencies, Chairperson, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity. Chair, in October 2021, we raised concern about repression and the violation of human rights in Swaziland. Sadly, this has increased and a climate of impunity has strongly increased in Swaziland. Testimony to this is that on the 21st January 2023, the well-renowned and respected human rights defender, Tulani Masego, was brutally assassinated in front of myself and our children. On the same day, the king had threatened the voices of dissent that they will be dealt with severely. No proper investigations have been done to bring the perpetrators to justice and accountability for Tulani's killers. Tulani is one of hundreds of pro-democracy activists who have paid the price for demanding respect of human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in Swaziland. The king and the authorities in Swaziland enjoy total impunity for such violations. Chair, in the past 3 weeks, an activist was severely assaulted by members of the security forces in Swaziland whilst attending a petition delivery to the UN. Another was poured with petrol in his face and set alight by the security forces. And another was heavily assaulted and shot and killed. Chair, despite having a constitution that proclaims the country as a democracy on paper, in practice, the country is governed through the Tinkundla system, which is devoid of democratic practices and deprives the people of their right to participate in politics and the development of their country. As I conclude, Chair, we appeal to the Commission to impress strongly on the Swaziland government to, 1, immediately allow for an internationally supported panel to conduct a thorough independent investigation into the assassination of Tulani Masego. 2, uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of the people of the country. This includes the rights to freedom of assembly, association, freedom of expression, the access to information, and including refraining from all interfering with access to the internet and social media. 3, uphold and protect the rights of children and minority groups. 4, create an enabling political climate for negotiation and dialogue to immediately recall all army security forces that are deployed throughout the country and in communities. 5, release all political prisoners, including but not limited to 2 members of parliament, Mduduzi Baqede Mabuza and Mthandeni Dube. 6, allow all political exiles to unconditionally return, including but not limited to 1 MP Mduduzi Smelane, and withdraw all politically motivated charges. 7, urgently ensure a neutral venue for a properly mediated national political dialogue and work with SADC structures to ensure a smooth transition to a multi-democratic dispensation. And but 8, the last one, cease all state-sponsored victimization, harassment, and targeting of all pro-democracy leaders and campaigners using the security forces. Chair, we emphasize that the only way out of our problems faced by Swaziland can only be resolved through a peaceful means to be found at the dialogue table. I thank you.
Je pense qu'au nom de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, nous vous avions déjà adressé les condoléances de cette institution pour le décès tragique de notre frère et défenseur des droits de l'homme, Thulani Maseko. Et en tant que veuve de celui-ci et vous-même défenseuse des droits de l'homme, je voudrais associer les voix de mes collègues commissaires à la mienne pour réitérer ces vœux de condoléances. Et je voudrais demander à tous dans la salle si nous pouvons garder quelques instants de silence pour que nous puissions honorer la mémoire de ce défenseur des droits de l'homme. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais aussi pour l'ensemble de son œuvre, lui qui a longtemps combattu et qui n'a fait que réclamer 2 petits mots que nous avons coutume de prononcer ici, mais qui peut coûter la vie à d'autres personnes, juste l'état de droit et la démocratie. 2 petits mots que je prononce en toute liberté dans cette salle, mais si je les prononce demain dans un contexte précis qui concerne un gouvernement, ça devient problématique et on peut même perdre la vie. Je voudrais pour cela qu'on applaudisse l'ensemble de son œuvre. Après 7 minutes de silence pour honorer son mémoire, qu'on puisse vraiment tous acclamer pour tout ce qu'il a fait pour l'Afrique parce qu'il reste une icône. Ensemble avec le rapporteur pays de l'Eswatini, du Swaziland, et moi en tant que défenseur des droits de l'homme, nous allons récupérer votre note et croyez-nous, nous allons initier des actions, moi et la commissaire Lita Ogana, nous initierons des actions conjointes auprès du gouvernement et l'une d'elles, ça sera de réclamer cette enquête que nous attendons tous de tous nos voeux. Merci beaucoup et bon retour auprès de vos enfants quand vous partirez dans votre pays, si jamais vous devez y rentrer. Merci. Je vais maintenant, on tend vers la fin. On est déjà à la fin. Il reste 2 institutions. 2. Hein? Ah, there is a side meeting. On m'informe qu'il y a un side meeting. Et comme le temps est précieux pour nous tous, c'est toujours un travail de la commission, le side meeting. Je voudrais, avec l'accord de mes collègues, qu'on puisse arrêter ici et que pour les autres institutions qui n'ont pas été citées, notamment l'Institute of Human Rights and Development in Africa, People Opposing Women Abuse et les autres institutions qu'on a appelées qui n'ont pas répondu, Mat for Peace, REDAC et autres, nous allons reprendre ça à notre horaire de demain. Je passe la parole à Madame la secrétaire si elle a des annonces à faire, notamment pour ce side event auquel je vous invite de devoir le faire. Et puis, on va clôturer la journée. C'est ça demain. It's the right to reply? Yes, I can ask you for tomorrow morning, please. You say? You can do it tomorrow.
C'est pas possible, Monsieur le Commissioner.
Hein?
C'est pas possible.
C'est pas possible.
OK.
C'est pas possible.
OK.
Parce qu'elle part de nous.
Ça va. Ce qu'on va faire, si vous dites que c'est impossible, si c'est le droit à la réponse, le right to replay. Hein?
Sur le même point, je peux?
Vous dites?
De l'ordre du jour. No, this is just a housekeeping note. Very briefly, I mean, there is no any other business on the agenda. I have noticed some confusion regarding the list of speakers. Just to suggest to publish the list of speakers online and also on the wall so that we can follow that and be updated regularly. Thank you.
Je vais faire ceci. Je demanderai au commissaire à terme qui est attendu dans une autre salle. Hein? Tu as attendu, hein? Tu peux.
Il y a la guerre au Soudan.
Oui, tu peux.
Pas demain matin.
Non, tu peux les atteindre le side event et nous accorderons 5 minutes pour avoir le droit à la réponse de l'Éthiopie. Et si l'Algérie voudrait dire aussi quelque chose, nous lui accorderons la parole parce qu'on a déjà accordé à l'Éthiopie. Mais vous ne dépasserez pas les 5 minutes. Parce que les commissaires sont attendus dans un side event. Commissaire Atem, tu peux rejoindre la réunion, il n'y a pas de souci. Vous avez 5 minutes, alors vous surveillez bien quand c'est rouge, vous arrêtez. Ça va? Merci. Allez-y.
I'll just be brief, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you very much for giving us the floor for the right of reply. We have listened carefully to the allegation or statement. We have listened carefully to the allegation or the statement by the Center for Human Rights regarding the latest human rights situation in Ethiopia and the concern expressed in their statements on the human rights violations in different parts of the country. As indicated earlier in our statement, following the signing of the peace agreement in Pretoria and the establishment of the National Rehabilitation Commission, there have been significant measures taken by the government comprehensively to address the alleged human rights and humanitarian violations that are alleged to be committed in the context of the conflict. In addition, the consultation process that's expected to lead to transitional justice policy is expected to ensure accountability, reconciliation, and rehabilitation. In light of this latest developments, among others, the statement by the center falls short of the realities on the ground and does not reflect these positive progresses. We thus want to call upon the center to rectify or update its information so as to reflect the latest development. This is just what we wanted to say because what they have mentioned earlier is not reflective of the situation on the ground. Thank you very much.
Je peux vous rassurer que le commissaire Mwendenga a pris note de votre droit de réponse et de ce qu'avait dit le centre. Il restera en contact avec et le gouvernement et l'ONG qui a parlé pour clarifier cette affaire. Merci beaucoup pour le droit de réponse que nous vous avons accordé, que vous avez utilisé en nous faisant épargner 2 à 3 minutes. Permettez que l'Algérie également prenne la parole et qu'elle nous dise « Je n'ai pas bien compris housekeeping, de quoi il s'agissait ». Si vous pouvez clarifier en moins de 5 minutes, ça pourrait nous aider. Rapprochez-vous du micro parce que les interprètes se plaignent. Hein? Ils ne entendent pas très bien.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and sorry for the interpreters to make them stay after 5:30 p.m. There is no on our agenda any item regarding any other business. Otherwise, I would have made this intervention on AUB. So, as I said, this is a housekeeping note proposal. If we can post the list of speakers in the room and maybe also online so that everyone knows who will speak at what time and avoid any kind of confusion, because I have noticed many speakers that were registered, but they were not present when we were calling them. So maybe they were not even aware that they have to speak at that time. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre suggestion. Nous prenons bonne note. La commission s'améliorera tous les jours, mais les inscriptions se font la veille. Hein. On n'a aucune garantie que le lendemain, les personnes vont se présenter. Il y en a même qui se sont déjà enregistrés, mais qui ont raté le vol, ce qui fait ça bouge tout le temps. Mais nous tiendrons compte de l'observation que vous avez faite sans aucun problème. Merci pour votre contribution à l'amélioration de la qualité du travail. Sans tarder, Madame, vous pouvez faire l'annonce pour ce side event de tout à l'heure. Comme ça, ceux qui sont intéressés peuvent y aller. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The side meeting is a briefing on women's human rights situation in Sudan. It will hold in press room number 3 here in the ICC, press room 3. The organizers are Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa. And the commissioner, the host commissioner is Commissioner Hattem to my left. The agenda for tomorrow has been projected on the screen, but it was also been shared on the chat group on Zoom. The important point to take away is that tomorrow is a half day. The proceedings start at 9 a.m. and end at 1 p.m. 3 items: situation of human rights in Africa will be the first item, and we've taken good note of the suggestion made by Algeria for the list of speakers to be circulated, or at least some sort of forward notification to those in the room. For those on the chat on Zoom, the list is distributed to them on the chat group. But I think what is missing is perhaps the people in this room to be given for knowledge. The final item is that tea and coffee is still served in the usual places immediately after this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Nous déclarons alors close la journée d'aujourd'hui. Au plaisir de vous revoir tous, délégués des États, INDH, ONG, organisations, commissaires et rapporteurs demain matin. Et nous remercions aussi les interprètes qui nous ont aidés à travailler encore aujourd'hui. Bonne soirée.